Welcome, Council. I'm going to call to order our special council meeting of Wednesday, December 6, 2023. We'll start with the land acknowledgement, and Councillor Baines will do the honors this afternoon.
For more than 15,000 years, the First Nations walked upon and cared for the lands we now call home. Anishinaabek, Haudenosaunee, Ojibwe, and many others who are families, friends, and communities the way we are today. The town of Collingwood acknowledges the Lake Simcoe-Nottawasaga Treaty of 1818 and the relationship it establishes with the original inhabitants of Turtle Island. We acknowledge the reality of our shared history and the current contributions of Indigenous people within our community. We seek to continue empowering expressions of pride amongst all of the diverse stakeholders in this area. We seek to do better and to continue to recognize, learn, and grow in friendship and community, nation to nation.
Thank you. I'm looking now for a motion to adopt the agenda. The motion is that the content of the special council agenda for December 6, 2023 be adopted as amended. And there's 3 items to be added. Item 5.3, Collingwood Community Pump Track Proposal. Item 7.1, which is T 2023-25, the 2023 Quarter 3 Financial Report. And item 8.2, T 2023-26, resolutions added to draft 4 of the budget. Could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Ring, seconded by Councillor Perry. Any comments? All those in favor? And that's unanimous. Thank you. I'll just recognize that Councillor Jeffrey is here online. Welcome, Councillor Jeffrey. Are there any declarations of pecuniary interest today? Councillor Baines.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I will declare a non-pecuniary conflict in regard to the presentation by the Optimist Club and absent myself from the chamber under the discussion of that. Okay,
thank you. I see none others. So it's now 3 o'clock, so I'll read the motion to proceed in camera. Whereas the clerk hereby concurs the reasons for the in-camera session have been duly reviewed and considered, and the matters are authorized under the exception provisions to conduct a closed session in accordance with the Municipal Act prior to proceeding into closed session. Therefore, be it resolved that this council proceed in camera in order to address a matter pertaining to the security of the property of the town or local board. B, personnel matters about an identifiable individual, including town or local board employees, A and B, a proposed or pending acquisition or disposal of land for town or local board purposes, B, labor relations or employee negotiations, B and A, litigation or potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunals affecting the town or a local board, B, the receiving of advice that's subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose, C, a trade secret or scientific, technical, commercial, financial, or labor relations information supplied in confidence to the municipality or local board, which, if disclosed, could reasonably be expected to prejudice significantly the competitive position or interfere significantly with the contractual or other negotiations of a person, group, or persons or organization. B, a trade secret or scientific, technical, commercial, or financial information that belongs to the municipality or local board and has monetary value or potential monetary value. B, a position, plan, procedure, criteria, or instruction to be applied to any negotiations carried on or to be carried on by or on behalf of the municipality or local board. C. So there are 3 items for discussion. A, CAO performance. B, operational updates on confidential personnel, litigation, and land sales and acquisitions. C, Poplar Health and Wellness Village development agreement negotiations. So I need a mover and a seconder for this, please. Councillor Ring, Councillor Potts, thank you very much. Any comments? All those in favor? That's unanimous, thank you. And we'll now move into a closed session. Okay, I'm looking for a motion to rise from in camera. That would be Deputy Mayor Pryor and seconded by Councillor Jeffrey. All those in favor? Thank you. And a motion to adjourn? No, recess. A motion to recess, or we're just going to recess. So let's say 5 after 5. Thank you.
You always talking to dry cleaners. There's one in the beach. Apparently, Michael was telling me that the other one in Owen Sound, they do a pickup in Thornbury. They have to take it to Thornbury and then they pick up. There's one that apparently a new one in the beach. What do you do? I'm not, but I'm going to the beach. But I'll find out where it is.
Hey, Council, we're going to reconvene our meeting now. The next item on our agenda are our public deputations, and we have 3 registered here. The first one is from the Optimist Club. Is Joyce Smith here? Yeah, please come up to the podium. Thank you. And I'll just note that Councillor Baines is leaving the room.
Thank you very much for inviting the Optimist Club. Good evening, Mayor Hamlin and Deputy Mayor Fry and council members. The Optimist Club of Collingwood and Southern Georgian Bay is requesting funding to support our Mother of All yard sales again this year. And thank you very much for supporting us last year. And for the last 34 years, you've been supporting the Mother of All yard sales. So thank you very much for that. And the reason we're doing this is because the money that the Optimist Club raises supports all the youth and youth programs in Collingwood and Southern Georgian Bay. Just to note, the Mother of All yard sales is not planning to increase any of its prices this year. Why? Because we want to provide goods that are affordable to many members of our community. We have a lot of people that come to the Mother of All yard sales that can't afford to buy things in our regular store. Because for those who have been to the Mother of All yard sales, our prices are cheap, 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 which is the purpose of it. People donate goods and we try and get rid of them. We sell everything from household goods to bicycles to things for your garage. Have any of you been to the Mother of All yard sale? Well, then you know. Good. So this year we're requesting $5,032.46 for assistance. And this estimate was allocated to us. This estimate is for the use of the curling club for the week of April 26th to May 4th. And it was provided to me from Parks and Recreation. So we asked them what it would cost, and that's what they came back with. And that's why we're requesting the funding from you folks. And this money covers the cost of the curling club, tables, chairs, and garbage bins. And yeah, that's it. So the event is slowly run by volunteers. We have students in our community that come to get their volunteer hours, their community hours. We get players from the Collingwood Blues that come and support this event. And of course, we have over 50 volunteers from our community that do all of this for free. Last year, we raised over $50,000, just below $50,000, and all that money we raised went back to the kids in our community. So it's a flip, which is fantastic. We support youth and sports programs, such as the Piggott Public School Outrider Program, the CCI Pickleball. We support youth and art, like the Kelly Hannigan Music Scholarship, the high school bursary programs. We support kids in social programs. For example, the Kids Christmas Gift Campaign, we donated $3,000 to. That's being run by Reliable this year. We also supported, even last night, we supported the Eat Well to Success program for kids in our high schools and elementary school programs. So what I'm trying to say to you folks is that this money that we're requesting is simply covering the cost of the building, but everything we raise, every penny, other than for the garbage that has to be collected, goes back to kids. So please support it. And I'd like to, if you have any questions about the Mother of All yard sales, anything you want to ask, the history, anything, because I have Ralph here who knows absolutely everything. He's been he's a lifelong member, along with other people here. We have from Melanie, who is my right hand, Dave, her husband, and Larry. So if you have any questions, please feel free to ask.
Okay, well, thank you. Thank you very much for coming, and thank you so much for the work you do in the community. It's definitely recognized and appreciated.
Okay. I know maybe I shouldn't ask this question, but when would we know if we get the funding or not?
So I have a question of staff, and this is for Dean. I'm just wondering, is this what we'd call an in-kind donation? The man of the hour.
We applied last year and we didn't get it.
Okay.
Sorry, thank you, Mayor. So it would be an in-kind contribution, so it would be offset. It's our operational cost is what you're expensing in this request. The reason why we've encouraged the Optimist to come forward is because their timing doesn't match up with the timing parameters of the CRCG grant, where they would normally be directed to apply.
So is this part of our budget process then that we have to include this?
So there is an allocation, there's an allocation of in-kind, and I don't have that number off the top of my head. I'm not sure if the treasurer does.
Yeah, could I ask the treasurer this?
Thank you, Your Worship. Yes, we have $35,000 included in our in-kind donation category for this year.
Okay, thank you. So this will be part of our budget discussions coming up. Okay, so thank you. Yes, Councillor Houston. Oh, wait, I have to recognize Councillor Jeffrey first. I forgot she asked first. Okay, thank you. Councillor Jeffrey.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. Not really a question, but a comment to say how valuable this project is to us in the diversion from our landfill site of objects that aren't done their entire useful life. So I think that's a critically important piece for this and for us to support. And so if we don't need a motion tonight, or if we do need a motion to send it into our budget, I'm happy to make that, because I think we should be supporting this wholeheartedly.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Houston.
I think Councillor Jeffrey already covered most of what I was going to say. The only other clarification I was going to ask for the treasurer was our allocation from last year. Were we maxed out on our in-kind?
Go ahead. If I may, Your Worship, to the councillor, yes, we were maxed out. In fact, we were a little bit above budget last year just because we had a few items from 2022 that we were picking up. So 2023 is fully allocated.
Okay, thank you so much. Yeah, I mean, even in light of that, I think knowing the great work that they do, I would be in support of that as well.
Okay, thank you. So I think this is something that we will raise maybe during our budget discussions, if can make a note. Thank you. Thank you for coming. You'll know soon. The budget will be decided by December the 18th.
Wow.
Yes, thank you. We'll need it. The second deputation is from Home Horizon. Deb Piggott, welcome. Is this one of your last formal presentations?
You'll never know. I could be back.
Okay, we'll hold you to that. Oh.
My name is Deb Piggott, and I'm the Fund Development Manager currently for Home Horizon. And I want to extend my sincere appreciation to Mayor Hamlin and to Deputy Mayor Fryer and to Council and to the staff for having us here tonight for an opportunity to do a deputation and to present our case for support on behalf of Home Horizon. By way of introduction, can everybody hear me okay? We started the organization in 2006, and it's located here in Collingwood, and we provide transitional housing and outreach services in the southern Georgian area who are experiencing homelessness. Our mission is to transform the lives of youth at risk of homelessness by providing them with the opportunity to rebuild their lives and achieve their full potential. Sadly, youth experiencing homelessness are reaching crisis proportions in our community. Fortunately, we have designed a number of programs that combat youth homelessness. Our main asset is the Barbara Wider House, a youth transitional house where youth ages between the ages of 16 and 24 can stay for a period for up to 4 years. This environment provides a healthy space where youth can work and literally transform and rebuild their lives. In 2022, we built the expansion of the Barbara Wider House, increasing the capacity from 6 to 10 rooms. This is a massive accomplishment and will have positive impacts within the community for years to come. The Barbara Wider House is the heart of our programming and is helping to support youth who are actively facing homelessness in our community. And the Barbara Wider House is the only transition home in the Georgian Triangle area. There's currently 16 people on our wait list. Over the last few years, given increasing demands for our services, we have made some significant investments in expanding our reach. There's a multitude of reasons youth are referred to us. Some of those reasons include mental health struggles, family and relationship violence and abuse, loss of income, addiction, eviction, and fleeing sex trafficking. All of those are happening in our community. We specialize in providing services and opportunities for youth so that they can change the trajectory of their lives. This is where the magic really happens. For up to 4 years, we can support a youth and give them a healthy, safe, and positive space to make change, learn new skills, and integrate back into society, be it moving to independent living or reuniting with family, if that's even a possibility. In the summer of 2020, as a response to COVID-19, our youth outreach program was born and continues to this day. Since then, this program has proven to be an invaluable component of our work. It allows us to monitor and understand who's out there and what they're experiencing. And it also allows us to create relationships that are essential to working with homeless youth. Additionally, it also helps us protect the investments of our donors who made to our organization and to our community. For example, when an individual graduates from the Barbara Whiter House, that transition can be pretty stressful. The Youth Outreach Program provides a mechanism where we can continue to follow them through their journey to ensure that they're supported after the transition has taken place, thus minimizing the possibility of them falling back into the cycle of homelessness. Lastly, and most recently, we took an innovative look at how we delivered life skills programming and development, where we came up with the idea of Youth Thrive. Youth Thrive is a fusion of wellness concepts and especially created program for youth at risk of or who have experienced homelessness. Youth Thrive is a comprehensive program designed to provide integrated support focusing on their broader and sustained well-being by incorporating elements of mental health, counseling, education, employment opportunities, physical wellness, life skills development, socialization, recreation, as well as diversity and inclusion. The program aims to empower youth in their personal growth and foster a balanced and thriving lifestyle. We are here this evening to ask for your support of Home Horizon and the Barbara Whiter House and the programming that we're providing to support this in this community. And the reason we're asking for this support is because the programming has seen great success and therefore needs additional funding to sustain and grow it. Our program led to someone achieving a healthy weight, maintaining sobriety, to subtle changes in behavior, or to completing their education, career opportunities. This is our collective work in action. I just want to take a quick minute to tell you a story. A 16-year-old woman came to our home with a collection of negative circumstances that resulted in her living conditions being absolutely unsafe. During her first days there was a moment where a staff found her in the kitchen crying, and she was crying because she simply could open the door of the fridge and find something to eat. She'd never been able to do that before. Our staff watched her slowly gain trust, open up, and embrace our program offerings. She continued her high school education. She gained employment. We observed her experience crisis in her personal life and navigate it successfully. We experienced her mature enough to understand that she needed to take a break at post-high school before starting post-secondary education program. Today, she has moved on from the Barbara Whiter House and is currently pursuing post-secondary education. She was so positively impacted by her time at Home Horizon that she chose to study child and youth work with the hopes that one day to work in the field of social work and support youth who have been impacted by family trauma and homelessness to help them succeed as she did. Like a stone dropped in the Georgian Bay, your support will continue to reverberate long throughout our clients' lives. We see this as a long-term social investment because the direct impacts of today don't stop when our clients leave our program. Our program has helped them change the life trajectory, which impacts their future selves, their future partners, their future children, their future families, the future of the quality of their lives, and ultimately the future wellness of our community. In closing, I just want to say thank you again for this opportunity to present to the town of council and to the town of Collingwood and council, and that we would like you to consider a multi-year pledge in the amount of $20,000 per year for the next 3 years. By choosing to support Home Horizon on behalf of the town and the community, you will be making life-changing differences in the lives of these vulnerable youth who just need a chance, someone to believe in them, someone to help lift them up from their potential tragic situations, and to show them that there is help, hope, and opportunity. Ultimately, helping youth one life at a time and making our community a greater place to live, work, and play. We can do this together. It's hard, but we can. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much for coming.
Yeah, no problem. I don't know if anybody has any questions, but.
Well, and also thank you very much for being such an important part of this organization that does such great work for our community. So we will be, of course, considering this as part of our.
We know it's a big ask, but we haven't been in front of council for quite some time. We thought the opportunity was good for you to get a catch up. Yeah. And one last plug, come walk with us on February 24th on the coldest night of the year.
We'll be there.
If you have any questions, please feel free to reach out, and I will leave some additional material for you on that table.
Okay, thank you. Okay. I think the Deputy Mayor has a question of you, so just
thank you, Mayor Hamlin, and not a question. I want to speak to the benefit of Home Horizon to our community. We participated, all of us, in the coldest night, and I'm sure we'll be all there again, because I know we all believe very strongly of the service that's provided. But I also want to speak to your service. I've congratulated you informally, and so now in a more formal way, I'm going to state how much I appreciate your effort as a council person in next phase of your I do believe the organization will be strong without you. They'll miss you, but I know you've laid a really good foundation for whoever's taking up this. And just as I said, I would like to congratulate you on all your efforts. It's well appreciated.
Thank you very much. That means a lot. Thanks.
Thank you. The next deputation is about the Collingwood Community Pump Track proposal. Is Jason here? Hi.
Good evening. Thank you, Council, Mayor, and our town staff for having me here to present this. I believe there's going to be a presentation that comes up that we can kind of scroll through. So just a little background. I sit on the Collingwood Off-Road Cycling Advocacy Committee. So we're out trying to advocate for new places to cycle, new trails to be built, and new attractions for youth to get on bikes, really. So if we go to the next slide. We'll cover these 5 points fairly quickly. The important piece is to kind of understand why a pump track, like what is it if you've never been exposed to this before, and then the benefits into the community, and what we've been talking already with town staff on location and some of the benefits specifically to that location. Okay, next slide. So a pump track is a playground. It's an unstructured playground. It's a facility that allows for cyclists, for rollerbladers, for scooters to go through and build skills and confidence on those rides, I guess you could say. It's for all ages. You can see here in the picture, there's some kids that are on strider bikes, right up to kids that are on bikes with full suspension. It helps build that skill and confidence, and instills confidence and grit in kids as they grow. This is also a place where local clubs, race clubs, bike race clubs, they can use for training. It can also be a place that some of our camps, day camps, can use as destinations, right, to keep kids busy. So go to the next slide, please. So some of the benefits here, kids on bikes. This is the first opportunity and probably the biggest opportunity. We've seen communities all across the world that have put pump tracks in and have seen kids succeed in school, succeed in sports, all because they have a goal. They start to build skills, and they can work together to train each other to overcome wherever they're at in society, just to be on a bike, to be happy, right, and compete. So this supports nonprofit groups. It supports initiatives. We have a dream that sorry, Dean and I have been talking about, wouldn't it be great where the location of this is that we could run a Tuesday night where we just show up with bikes, right? And we teach kids how to ride bikes and we just spend some time with them, give them that opportunity. It supports the town of Collingwood cycling plan. The other side of this is tourism. So the track that we're proposing in phase 2 is a large enough track that it could be a national race event that is held here in the city. And then again, industry. So from a bike cycling racing perspective, this could be useful. Next slide, please. So we're looking at a 2-phase approach, mainly because of time, cost, as well as making sure that there's an appetite in the community. So before going all in, you start somewhere small where you can crawl before you run. The location that's proposed is at Legion Park, which is in an underserved area of the community. There would be some refurbishments required there. I'm sure Dean has a ton more detail than me on the details behind that. But that park has space available for both phase 1 and phase 2. Phase 1 would be a modular build, fairly simple to put together and get up and running. Then that modular approach could be used in another park should phase 2 come online 2-3 years afterwards. So it's kind of reusable, move it to another park and expand. You can see some pictures throughout. This is a pump track, a modular pump track in Saskatchewan. So you can see how they just planted it on the grass, not a ton of infrastructure required to prep for it. Fairly simple install. Next slide, please. So again, the potential location, 1,200 square meters of space in Legion Park. There's already an existing asphalt section there that can be utilized as well. Then we'll go next slide. The costing, what we've done is we just went out for preliminary, just budget costing, went to a couple different manufacturers in Canada and said, hey, what do you have that's off the shelf? Obviously, there's a procurement process with the town, but I think with the numbers that we sourced, we're in the right ballpark. You can see a couple different options. So again, there could be a larger option and a smaller option. The goal is to put something in place that you could have multiple kids on the track at the same time. So we're not queuing as many kids as possible. Okay. Go to the next slide, please. The phase 2 approach is a more permanent approach. There's virtually no maintenance in that phase 2 approach. It's an asphalt pump track. This is the most common pump track that you would see. The companies that do this work come in and they grade the land around there. They make sure it's tamped out properly and it's a permanent solution. And on the next slide, we'll see that the solution includes both a main, kind of a larger pump track with bigger features, and then a smaller pump track that would be for the younger kids to learn on. So there's development opportunity, there's progression throughout. And we'll go to the next slide. Here's an example. Windsor launched their pump track. When was it here? In 2019. And I had the opportunity to go down there and ride on that pump track. It's pretty neat. They're not typically a mountain bike community, but it is an off-road cycling type area. And they're having great success. Every time I go by there, which has been a few times now, there's been tons of kids having a good time. The maintenance of it is since 2019, it still looks pristine, which is also promising because it doesn't require a lot of budget to upkeep. And the dates there, it's just, we can throw those dates away. We've been talking for a while about it, but that would be kind of the process, and it's pretty standard process that you would be familiar with. All right. Thank you again for letting me come up here and present. And if anybody has any questions.
Well, thank you. That's fascinating. I've never heard of a pump track, but I can see kids would really enjoy that. Yeah. Okay, Councillor Baines, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Through you to Jason, if I could, I think 3 questions. Excuse my ignorance in this field, but I would assume skateboarders couldn't use these tracks. Well, they could.
Yeah, they can.
It's not a mixture of oil and water as far as cultures go?
No, well, I think that's the opportunity, right? Where you bring people together.
Right, okay. And for the more temporary one, it looked like a rubber compound track, would that have to be brought up in the winter, or would it stay out all year long?
No, it's marine grade plywood with a coating on top. So it's good for all seasons. Yep.
Okay. And I've forgotten my third question. So but thank you very much for that.
Excellent.
Councillor Doherty.
You had me at cycling. But truthfully, it's a great idea. I think what I like are two suggestions that you've made. Number one, that it would be in Legion Park because we are planning on doing work there. And number two, because we could put in a temporary to see what the demand would be before we go on the larger step. So very good idea. May I I'd like to direct a question to Director Culver.
Director Culver's going to have to sit in the front row.
You can run, but you can't hide. So my question would be, had you contemplated something like this for Legion Park? How far are you in the process there?
So through you, Mayor. So so we've been talking with Jason and his group for better part of a year, I think. And the impetus comes from a few sources. One is that the Parks, Recreation, and Culture Master Plan does talk about the need to increase and enhance unstructured play in the community. We have some facilities, arguably good ones, and that's a debate not for me. To facilitate structured play, like the leagues and organizations that need those facilities, but we have less examples and opportunities for unstructured play. And as the community grows, that demand proportionally grows as well. So we had been on the track of looking at expanding the skate park. We have actually been talking about a pump track for a number of years, trying to figure out where a good location would be, and not really having the expertise that Jason and his group brings to the table to talk about, what those opportunities looks like. So when his group showed up, it kind of fit really well with what we were imagining. Legion Park does have an underutilized piece of the property. The washroom building is actually scheduled to be replaced. It's decommissioned currently. So there's a lot of opportunity for us to kind of work with what's there. And as well, because it's free play and it's open play, it's a great location to have that that kind of an attraction. It's not something that needs to be managed and monitored like a facility, like an arena does.
Yeah. Great. Thank you.
Councillor Perry.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. Thank you, Jason. It was a great presentation. More comments than anything. I think this is a great thing for our community. I just love the fact that kids would have a destination to go to, ride their bikes, unstructured. I'm assuming it would be free to use. Perfect. And it can be used in the winter as well. Or
say in the winter, it would be a little slick in the winter, right? I mean, shoulder seasons, it'd be weather dependent. Yeah, they'd find out quickly. And one other thing, well, you know what? That's the best way to learn. So yeah, exactly. Right. I'm going to go down the helicopter parent route, but I'm not going to. Anyway, the other thing too, I like the fact that it would be graduated. So there'd be a learning process involved. So it's not like their kids are going right off the deep end, right off the bat. So anyway, kudos, great idea. I would love to see this come to fruition. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a question for Director Culver. Is this in our budget, or is this something we have to add, or what's your thought on this?
So thank you, Mayor. It's a great question. It is currently located in the capital budget as a development charge related expense.
Okay, so what action is required from council on this?
Budget approval.
Okay. So, but is it included, do you know, maybe it's a question for our treasurer. So I'll just ask her, is this something that's included in our budget right now, treasurer, or do we have to add something? Or?
Thank you, Your Worship. No, it has been included in the 2024 copy that's being presented later tonight.
Okay, great. All right. Well, thank you for that. Thanks for coming.
Perfect. Thank you. Take care.
Is there anyone else who wanted to make a deputation on the budget this evening? Okay, so we'll move on now to the staff report for the, okay, so the next item is the staff report. Oh, sorry, right, thank you, missed one. The consent agenda. The motion here is that the council receive the general consent agenda, including the recommendations contained therein, and further that the information and opinions provided in the general consent agenda items are those of the author and are not verified or approved as being correct. There's one item, 6.1, Hammond letter, Re-Hockey Day in Collingwood funding support. Can I have a mover and a seconder, please? Deputy Mayor Fryer and Councillor Doherty, thank you. Is there anyone who'd like to pull this? Well, I will, if you'll take the chair. Yes, are you going to?
Yes, thanks, Mayor Hamlin. If there is direction by council or a decision to be made, I'm in a conflict because my two children potentially could be participating in this event. So I'd step away from the table.
Okay,
Thanks.
thank you.
So I'll take the chair, and it does sound like something's going to be put on the table. So probably, yep.
I just have a question, really. I think this is for Director Culver as well. Can you just give us some background for this item? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. So this request had been made in the past, I think almost annually, if not for sure annually. And it's related to another in-kind request. So every year, minor hockey, or sorry, the high school wants to do this hockey day in Collingwood. Unfortunately, the timing doesn't fall in with the envelope of time for the CRCG in-kind applications. And so it's another one where we're in the position of asking them to go directly to council for that approval. We certainly support it. We've supported it every year. It's a great event. It's probably one of the most active days in the Eddie Bush Arena. So we definitely encourage council to support. It's just simply outside of our jurisdiction to be able to provide that approval.
Okay, well, thank you. I know I went in the arena last year. It was awesome what was happening there. Okay, that's great. Are there any other questions? Okay, so we'll deal with this, I guess, during the budget discussions as well. Thank you.
So no, okay. No direction.
Should
we can discuss during the budget.
Yeah.
So we do have the motion then to receive it.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. So we just have a motion to receive. We had a mover and a seconder. All those in favor? And that's approved. Thank you. The next item is a staff report. The motion is to receive staff report T 2023-25, 2023 Q3 financial report for information. I'll look for a mover and a seconder, and then we'll ask, that's Councillor Baines, Deputy Mayor Fryer. And is this something that our treasurer is going to speak to? Yeah, okay. Go ahead, Treasurer Quinlan.
Thank you, Your Worship. We don't have a presentation tonight to address this report, but I'll just provide a brief summary. What this report does is lay out the actual versus budget for the town of Collingwood up to the end of the third quarter. For the town, what we would expect at this point in the year would be that we would be at about 75%. But in fact, our actual results show that we're at 72.5% of the total budget that was planned for 2023. Basically, what that means is that the town has spent less funds than they had originally anticipated when the budget was passed last year. There is a main reason for this favorable variance, and it's largely due to staff vacancies and turnover. And what staff are finding in this post-pandemic world is that recruitment has become extremely challenging, both in locating individuals and also finding that turnover within our own corporation has increased quite significantly. If you refer to Appendix C of the staff report, it lays out the reasons for the salary variance by department and also shows the vacant positions that we're speaking about. In addition to the third quarter results, we've also projected that the year-end surplus will be in the range of about $1.3 million at the end of 2023. Again, this is a projection, so could change. It's once again largely due to those staff vacancies that we referred to earlier, and also is due to the increased revenues we've seen in the Parks and Recreation area. Just more sort of, I don't want to say backlash, but pickup, I guess, from the post-pandemic world. We weren't anticipating that things would be, 100% back to normal, and they have been, which is great. So in the Parks and Rec division, we've seen quite a bit more in terms of revenue. I think that sums up the results, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Any questions, Council? Okay, seeing none, so we'll vote to receive the report. All those in favor? That's unanimous. Thank you. So the next item is a presentation of draft 4 of the budget, and also over to our treasurer.
Okay, so we do have a short presentation coming up as well. It is pretty short, actually. But here we are again. And I think we're very far down the road from where we started. It's been, a process, and I think it's always should be a process with lots of great discussion, lots of questions, and lots of sort of feedback from the community as well as from members of council. So we'll go to the next slide, please. Just to start off again, we always start off with what our tentative timeline was. We're here today with the 4th presentation. But the work started back in August, really. So I think if, as for the members of public that think, this may be the first time council's seeing this, this is an evolution of work that staff starts to prepare in July and August. We've brought presentations forward in September, October, and November. This will be the first time we're presenting in December, but what we're hoping for, or what the expectation is for this evening, is to review what the 4th draft entails, and in hopes that we can come forward with a final draft for the December 18th council meeting. Next slide, please. So I'm going to take a little bit of a walk back to when we started the budget process and what just sort of the things that we've brought forward all along. And I wanted to remind everyone what the budget really means, why we do it, and what it pays for, and the reasons it's here. In short, taxes are collected to support the programs that the municipality offers. This can be different from town to town, which we have analyzed and reviewed over the last several meetings. But for the most part, there are some core pieces, albeit each town may provide additional services and different levels of service for those programs as well. But what you see on the screen right now is the beginning of the town moving to a service-based budget. We talk about it quite a bit in the budget book, which is an appendix to this report this evening. But essentially what we've done is identified 8 main programs, and you can see them listed up here. I won't go through them all, but you'll see development and growth, environmental management, conservation and sustainability, and the list goes on. And what these programs are supported by are services, and a lot of services. And you're going to see that on the next slide. So we'll move to the next slide, please. So when you look at this very small slide, it's very difficult to read. I think okay, the slide's big enough. That's a good point, Councillor Ring. Thank you. Yeah, the slide might be big enough, but the print is very small, because the reality is there is just a lot of services we provide. We've got them categorized into the programs that they support. But if you look at this, there are 51 services and over 90 sub-services that the town provides. And it's a great, some are really complex. For example, when we say the delivery of roads, it sounds simple, but there's so many layers that we go into providing that service. We do winter maintenance, we seal cracks, we replace roads, we have to plan to replace those roads and what's underneath the roads. We do shave and paves, we make sure that the sidewalks are there, that curbs are there, that the storm sewer that's required, all those things get wrapped up in that delivery. But, when we say just those words, it seems like something so small. Taxation supports most of the services, I will say, that are listed up here, but there are some exceptions. Water and wastewater are user-based services. The building code and parking enforcement are also, and portions of the development management or growth, as we like to call it, are also supported outside of the taxation base. One thing that I think people struggle with is that the town is just not really like most businesses. There's such a wide array of these services that we do, and we do it to support us all, because there are things that are really, really difficult as an individual to deliver. So it's a combination of efforts to come together and make sure we can provide these services to our taxpayers. What I hope this shows you is that we do a lot together, and I mean a lot. When I say 50 services and 90 sub-services, it is a lot, and to accomplish the resulting programs. And I think from the staff perspective, what we feel is a pretty awesome town. Lots of great things here. In addition to the town services, just so everybody understands, the bill that you receive from the members of public also includes the services that the County of Simcoe provides, and of course the education portion of your bill. And for those that are in the business improvement area, they would also receive a small levy from the BIA as well. So I think some people are surprised to hear what their land taxes pay for, but some examples are policing and libraries, parks and recreation, roads and streetlights and stormwater, and of course the list goes on and on. We could continue to name them off, but they're all up there and in the book, of course, so that people can refer to it. Next slide, please. So what this is showing you is a breakdown of the cost per program. So we talked about 8 programs and all those services and sub-services that support those programs. And this slide tells you by program per month, the cost of each program. So when we're looking at the previous chart, if you added up all the services and sub-services we spoke about and added them together to produce the programs that have been identified, that's the dollar amount we're showing here. And again, it's by month. You'll note that community safety is one of the highest cost programs. And this includes some of the key services under that program are our contract with the OPP, our fire department, which provides fire suppression and prevention and bylaw services as well. The next would be community access and mobility. And the key services that fall under that program, of course, are roads, capital projects, minor capital projects, prevention and maintenance, cleaning off the roads in the winter, sweeping the streets when necessary, filling the potholes, and doing all the maintenance that is required under there as well. So those are 2 of the top most expensive programs. I'll also say that from a capital standpoint, since this is the first time we're going to review the capital budget, a large part of the capital program is also to support transportation or community access and mobility. Next slide, please. When staff originally proposed the budget, we drove to get to the guideline of that 2% tax rate increase. And the intention was to take a back to basics approach. And I think sometimes we can, have different definitions of what back to basics means. But for the town or for staff, when we were reviewing it, it was about being able to deliver the services that we already deliver to the level that is expected by our taxpayers and, of course, through direction from members of council. We did include some additional items, what we considered to be urgent, that were required so that we could maintain that delivering of those services. And it also included many things that we consider to be difficult to avoid items, which includes inflationary for gas and insurance and things like that. And also our staff merit increases and COLA increases, which the COLA was set at 2.75%. We provided a prioritized list for council to consider. And we further expanded on the items as we made our way through several drafts. And I think what's important to understand here is what's required at the basic level, again, to continue to deliver all of those services. And what we talked about on the previous slide is a good indication of that. So the services that we've shown you are what we're considering to be basic services that the town of Collingwood provides. Next slide, please. This slide just walks you through the process of the budget and how it's evolved from what we showed you on the previous slide back in September all the way up to December. We put the input in, we look at it against the actual economic environment. We do some future planning to make sure the work we're doing today actually makes sense for tomorrow. We prepare it, we provide some output. We look for feedback from both members of council and members of the public, and then we start all over again after each draft. So it's not a one and done, and this is part of the process, and I think it's an important part of the process. But I think it's important that everybody understands that it is, you know, an evolution, and it's a cycle that we're you know, here to go through. Next slide, please. So I want to skip back to the back to basic description. So what we felt was important to do at this point, and was included in the staff report, was to try and you know, declare or decipher between what we felt were truly back to basic items. Some of these were included in the base budget, like the engineering manager position, and some were added as part of a prioritized list that council was able to consider. The items you see here are what we consider to be back to basics, and I mean from a staff perspective. And if for staff to continue to do the work they are doing already when we refer back to those services, if we were to do those things and continue on without having these things, there would need to be some review of retraction of services and at this point we felt that wasn't appropriate. Next slide, please. These items were what we like to refer to as sort of visionary items, and what staff feels sort of lends support the ultimate vision of council. And sometimes they're referred to as service enhancements as well, but as you all know, we have a community-based strategic plan, and it has laid out many goals and priorities for council. It is under review, and an update will be provided, but many of these items would help to support those sort of future and visionary pieces. But I think it's also really important that we distinguish between these types of items so that members of council are better able to evaluate with respect to a final tax rate increase. Since again, as we talked about on the previous slide, we feel from a staff perspective that those items are vital to continuing the level of service that we've done so far. Next slide, please. We also have a few items that have been deferred or removed that staff felt we should bring back to explain that they are also significant items and could still be reviewed by members of council for consideration. We have the urban forestry coordinator, the drinking water intake pipe inspection, and also doctor recruitment, which was originally included in the budget at $50,000 and removed, or let me rephrase that, it was eliminated from a council consideration standpoint. But we have received some later or current information that's based it on a $14,000 amount. So we thought it was imperative we brought that back forward for council to review. Next slide, please. So here we are, draft number 4. The tax rate increase at this point is at 3.73%. The biggest change from draft 3 to which is what we presented at the Coffee with Council back in November to draft 4 is the removal of the arborist position. What this would mean on a median assessed home of $320,000 is about $89.93, or nearly $90 for the year increase. Next slide, please. What I think we often do at this phase of the budget is also talk about sort of what the impact would be on your total tax bill. So this chart breaks down the total tax increase, including the County of Simcoe and the school boards. You'll note that we've included the County of Simcoe's tax rate increase at 3.7%, which was just recently passed. And the school board's tax rate will remain the same in 2024. So overall, between the town and the county and the school boards, the median assessed home of $327,000 will receive a tax bill increase of about $125. In terms of a blended tax rate increase, that equates to 3.24%. Next slide, please. You'll also note that in the staff report, staff proposed a recommendation within to change that tax rate. There are two items that we are putting forth. We've talked about through the third quarter projection that there is a large salary variance, and we recognize as staff that over the years there has been some salary variance throughout time. For 2023, our expectation is that that salary variance would be in the range of about $1.1 million. When I presented the previous staff report, largely because we're seeing that in this world that recruitment has just become extremely difficult. We're also seeing a lot more staff turnover. So in certain situations, we replace staff, and another position, or we've done quite a bit of internal promotions with this, which staff feel is extremely important as well, but of course creates a hole in another area. So recruitment has to begin again. So there's lots of work that's being done to try and, maintain staff levels as necessary. But staff also recognize that there will always be some level of attrition within each year's budget. We are hopeful that we can have a full staff complement, but we do realize that there are comings and goings throughout the year. So what staff is proposing is that within the 2024 draft 4 budget, we include a reduction of $390,000 to sort of accept or take note of the fact that we see that these salaries will be lower than what is budgeted so far. And that represents a reduction of about 1%. So we were at 3.73. That would bring you down to 2.73. But we're also asking is that we continue to look at the asset management piece. We've brought forward several slides. One of the things that's become a little bit more difficult is that our OSIF funding for 2024, we just received the announcement on Monday, it will again be $300,000 less than what it was previous year. So I did reach out to the rest of the treasurers in Simcoe County. It seems like pretty much everybody got that 15% reduction. Which means then that our 1.8 million financing gap is now again been increased to 2.1 million. So in recognition of that, what staff is proposing is that to offset the 1% decrease, we bring in a 0.75% increase to help us with the asset management gapping dollars. So essentially what that would work out to be is just under 3.5% tax rate increase with the annual impact of $83.99 or $7 a month. Next slide, please. Okay, we're going to shift gears a little bit and talk about capital. The total capital budget that we're proposing today is $70.9 million. These projects include asset renewal, growth, and service enhancements. A large part of the investment, of course, is the water service or the water treatment and distribution service, and it includes $27 million going towards the water treatment plant. So there's a big amount there, and almost half of the capital program is due to growth, which means that they're funded by development charges, with 40% of the budget being asset renewal or life cycle projects. Next slide, please. So what this means in terms of financing, the capital funding or the capital program is funded largely by reserve funds, and we have that set at $24.3 million, which would include life cycle, the water reserve fund, the wastewater reserve funds, development charges at $23.7 million, funding from other municipalities, which of course is due to the water treatment plant and NewTech's contribution at $15.6 million. We have $6.6 million being funded by grants. That would include the OSIF, federal gas tax, or the Canada Building Community Fund, and several other smaller grant programs. And we have a very small amount of just under $750,000 that's being funded by taxes. The amount here has increased slightly over the previous year because it was part of our asset management plan, insisting us closing that asset funding gap. Next slide, please. Oh, and that's it. That's where we end up with questions.
6:02. You're pretty good.
I said it was short.
Okay. The next item is a recess. Unless there's members of the public, again, I'll just ask if anyone would like to raise anything before council right now on the budget. Okay, so I'm seeing none. So we'll just take a break now until 6:30. And we're going to have a Munch and Mingle. Munch and Mingle. The first item is a motion to receive, which is this motion that staff report T 2023-26, 2024 operation and capital budget, draft number 4 be received. Could I have, it's Councillor Potts, thank you. Seconded by Councillor Baines. All those in favor? That's unanimous. Thank you. And now we're open for council direction for additions and deletions. Well, someone better talk because I got a ton. Then you'll be sorry. Oh. Councillor Doherty.
Thank you, Chair. I wanted to express, I think, some disappointment that the arborist position was voted down at the last meeting of council. You know, an arborist position is not the be all and the end all. It is the start, but it makes such a bigger contribution than what I think people are perceiving as Johnny Appleseed. You know, this is much more than a lumberjack that would be put into this position. And I want council to think about the fact that every time we have a development application come forward, what is among the top 3 things that people are concerned about? It's always the loss of trees. We need to do a better job of managing. Yes, we're going to have development, but we can manage the replacement of the canopy, and we can ensure that development, green space and trees are combined in such a way that that new development has a feeling of community right off the hop, and that it's not a barren wasteland. Consider the fact that an arborist could provide a science-based and in-house peer review of natural heritage that we have to farm out right now. Consider that it could provide a science-based and direction and assistance in the implementation of a natural stormwater management system. Consider that this could be the start of the implementation of a private tree bylaw. I think we all know in our neighborhoods that trees are coming down because people are putting in a garage, or people don't like the shade in their front yard. But those trees are not being replaced. You know, we're very complacent. We have a 32% canopy coverage. We think that's pretty good. And, you know, by the standards of the consultant that did our urban forest management study, it is good. But that was 4 years ago. And in the meantime, we've got developments popping up everywhere, and we're losing the canopy. The other aspect that this position could ultimately contribute to is the implementation of our climate change mitigation strategy, because trees absorb carbon, and that can be quantified, and that can work into our commitments of carbon, our reduction of our carbon footprint. So it's way more than just a guy with a chainsaw, way more than just that. And for what it would cost, and the fact that it would not, the budget probably would not even be hit for 2024 because it's December and we haven't even started looking for such a person. There could be other offsets in terms of the other contributions that they could make to the other departments. So I would like to propose to council that we reconsider that position and put it back into the budget. Thank you.
Would there be a seconder for that?
Oh, sorry.
Councillor Baines. Okay, thank you. Any other comments? Oh, yes, Councillor Jeffrey, go ahead. Sorry, I'll start looking.
No, I know it's hard. I've been there, done that. I agree with Councillor Doherty on this one, but on the bigger picture, this is kind of for me becoming I mean, there's lots I want to ask for, but I do not want to put the rate up. I want to get it down. So what I'm asking you before we start considering these one at a time, I have 3 myself, not minuses, they're pluses, but I know there's council member, at least one, with some ideas that might help us with some minuses. And I'd really like to get to those because I need some wiggle room to do what I think we need to do. I think we're down to the point with our list that everything impacts our strategic plan. Everything impacts our environment or what our residents want or something in our community and all of our goals. So now we're picking between goals. But I think if someone has some ideas how to get us closer, I would like to hear that first before we go into more additions. Because I'm not prepared to go above the 3.73. I know staff have some suggestions to get us to 3.4 something, but that's just my ask. Instead of just voting on these, they flip-flop. And I would
I appreciate that because I was thinking the same thing. And in fact, I have 4 things on my list that could be minuses. So if council would indulge me, I would start with those. Is that okay?
Yeah, you have a motion on the floor already, but I'll let the clerk look after that. But I would prefer if there's minuses to deal with that. Thank you.
What do you say, Councillor Doherty? Would you mind holding your motion for a minute?
Yes, I was just going to offer to hold my motion.
Okay, thank you. Well, there's a couple of items that were in the visionary list that staff put forward tonight. So they had their back to basics and then they had a visionary. And so there were 4 on the visionary list. Well, I think all of them are on there. And I'll just tell you what they were. One is the AODA position. So that was, we have to convert all of our websites and documents and anything we do so that it's accessible regardless of someone's handicap to read or identify it. This is a provincial requirement. I have spoken to I think it was our CEO told me this, that if anyone approaches the town and says they need some assistance, staff, of course, always gives that assistance. But it's almost $100,000. It's $97,424. And I know there's, some deadlines, but I would just say I would suggest we not deal with that this year. So that would be my first one. So, can I make them? Oh, maybe you're going to have to handle this, Deputy Mayor, because I have 4 of these and we're going to need to vote.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. So you've already mentioned what you're thinking. I'd look for a seconder. Councillor Jeffrey, and then I'd look to have discussion in regards to that. I think you've explained, so you didn't want to speak any further. So I'll turn to Councillor Houston.
Thank you. I was one of the ones that supported this originally, and maybe we get some clarification on what the potential liabilities are, because I know there are some legal liabilities that we could face if we are not compliant in this.
So I will look to CEO Skinner, and if she wants to direct it to someone else, if that's okay.
Thank you. I'll make a first attempt by the acting chair, and then we may also have Executive Director Peg online who may have something to add. Council has demonstrated, I think, through a number of your decisions, including the extension of the taxi service, that you have a commitment to people in the community that have disabilities. We love our accessibility committee, And we have made substantial progress this year on our website. At least one department is now fully compliant, and others are working on it. The bar on the websites across the province set by the province for all municipalities is very high. It's looking for every document posted from 2012 to be compliant with a certain technical criteria. If we are not compliant, there is a possibility of sanctions. And Executive Director Peg may have a couple of comments on that. I believe that they could be up to $50,000. That said, we have been working internally on this with our current staff resources, and we could continue to risk manage that through 2024 in concert with the other things that we're doing. And I just would clarify that while the position was looking at written communications, there are other items related to persons with disabilities that may involve access to buildings, some of our development standards and the like that would have been or could be within that scope. But we would continue on a best efforts basis if this is not approved.
Follow-up?
No, I think that clarifies things. You mentioned potential liability of $50,000. My understanding is that's per infraction, not just an overall. Is that correct?
Are you? Oh, I'm sorry. My screen was cross in front. Sorry. Executive Director, go right ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Fryer. So I do agree with the CAO, certainly in the sense that we would do our best to risk manage within 2024 should this position not go forward. That said, the Ontario Regulation 191-11 does have administrative penalties for non-compliance that range from $200 up to $100,000 a day. We are currently on a compliance plan with the ministry. We actually submitted today our request for an extension of our compliance plan to the end of 2024. Our initial compliance plan was the end of 2023, which would be, we are optimistic that the ministry will approve that extension, but that would be until the end of 2024. At that time, they could deem it appropriate to start charging penalties for noncompliance. I certainly agree that the bar is set exceptionally high for AODA, and the standards have been in place for over a decade now. We are aware that the ministry is starting to do audits on compliance, and we continue to do our best to meet the standards. We certainly would continue to use staff resources internally to do our best, but other priorities would likely need to shift. Certainly that would be done in consultation with the CAO. And we have looked at other options, such as getting third parties to assist us with some of the document conversion. And we've had quotes upward to $90,000 for just a handful of documents. So we've obviously not proceeded with that option, but it can get exceptionally expensive very quickly if we start to rely on external parties doing the document conversion for us. And if there's any follow-up questions, I'd be happy to try and answer them.
Thank you very much. I will just ask again because I kind of interrupted.
No follow-up questions. I just wanted some clarification on the potential fines. And I mean, given up to $100,000 a day, I think I would still support this role if it was able to get us into more compliance quicker.
Councillor Baines.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Just a question in regard to this. I would support the elimination of this item on the proviso that there's something in the minutes that presumably the ministry might want to read, that we commit to do this in 2024. And that would be, have to be the first thing I would think in the 2024 budget to make sure that our feet are held to the fire next year. And as cover, if you will, should the ministry come calling, that would be my suggestion. So I would be in the support of elimination of this item this year. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? Okay, so I will turn back to Mayor Hamlin and ask if she had any closing comment.
Yeah, I'll just say, obviously, it's nothing we can ignore. I think all municipalities are having trouble with this because of the cost of compliance and the high bar and, the time involved. I couldn't in my wildest dreams imagine the ministry would appear without some significant notice and start levying fines. But anyway, that's not really for me. But I would say I agree with Councillor Baines that this would be something we would definitely have to get started on next year. So
no further input. I will then call vote to the motion on the table. Everybody's knows what we're voting on. Removal of the AODA position. All those in favor? And opposed? So noted. And that carries. And I believe you had another item you'd like to put forward.
I have a couple here. So the next one is the new website, and the amount is $128,500. I was thinking that perhaps some amount could be put in. Maybe staff could get started on whatever it is we need to do. And maybe there's contracts or anyway. I thought if I could ask a question if it would be the CEO or the treasurer or anyway, whoever would like to answer this, what would be a reasonable sum to get this started, but not get totally into a new website in 24?
Thank you, Your Worship. We have Manager Carter here, so I'm actually going to lean on her to help us out with that answer.
And the answer is half or less.
I wish.
I'm just kidding. Okay.
It's an interesting thought to ponder. I'm just not sure, that it's a multi-year project to launch a new website. It does take a few months by the time you go through procurement, all the needs and wants of community council and staff. So I'm not sure how a multi-year project would work. We are already 3 years behind on procuring, going out to open market, for a new vendor. We've been with the same vendor since, I don't have my computer right in front of me for a while, for a few years. So the idea behind it too, and it's not just the AODA component, the proposal was that this would be combining both our website, which is for information for the community and everyone, as well as our engagement portal. Right now, we are two separate systems. So we're running security on both systems. We're paying fees on both systems. So I was proposing to do an all-in-one solution that would be easier for staff to follow, for the public to search information. But the AODA component was more so for the platform that we're on. We're currently on a Drupal 7 platform. Which we're, I think, about 4 or 5 series behind what we should be. Going to the newer platform with the new website would provide us more tools internally and externally for the end user, as well as behind the scenes staff inputting information.
Okay, so thank you for that. If I could just ask another question and follow up.
On the same thing. Okay, go ahead. Yep.
Okay, thank you. So if the amount was, say, 64,000, I'm thinking, well, maybe it's not a question. Here's my comment. 64,000, then staff could perhaps get ready during this coming year. And based on what Manager Carter, is it Manager? Yes, thank you. Manager Carter has said, thank you. We could get in a position where maybe getting ready to tender, but all the documents could be ready, the consultation and what needs to be done to the website could be done, and but not get to the point where we're actually tendering a contract and changing the contracts up. Yeah, so Manager Carter wants to come and address that issue.
Go right ahead. Yeah.
Sorry, just one thing to add then, just thinking of the timeline, if we split it, we're currently on contracts with our provider for the website and for our engagement portal until August next year. So the timing of this was meant to be going out for tender in Q1, Q2, and having the new system launched by the time those contracts expire. So we will have to extend the existing contracts if we go with a system like that, just as a warning.
Okay, thank you.
Treasurer, would you have an idea about the extension of the contract cost-wise? I know that's kind of a out there, you weren't expecting a question, so it's something you could provide later maybe, or.
I think maybe if I could just suggest, the contract is in the budget already. So it's already covered that this 130 was on top of the normal maintenance fees we paid to our current provider. So I think we're covered from that sense. The only other suggestion I would make is, unfortunately, we would have to extend if we carried it beyond this year. But I suspect that there's going to be quite a bit of consultation in getting to the platform, and that maybe if you still go with that plan, maybe we'll be surprised. Probably not to the tune of 60,000, but between the savings of the license, the current license, and would there be any option to offset that way? But I'm seeing no, but I just thought it's as a suggestion, but I suspect there might be some sort of discussion you can have at that point.
Sorry, just if I may add, so it won't necessarily save on the cost of the development of the new system. Those monthly fees will still apply, but right now it's roughly $30,000 a year between both systems. We may see a savings if we're able to get an all-in-one solution. That would be the ongoing costs, but the project itself is a one-time launch with a life cycle of about 3 to 5 years.
If I may, Mayor Hamlin, I believe Executive Director Peg wanted to add something.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Manager Carter. It's all really good information. I did want to note that at minimum, it would be great if we could go from our current Drupal 7 to Drupal 10, which at the $60,000 would enable us to do that. I think that would be a good first step if we weren't able to move forward with the full 130,000. We don't have a concrete number on what that would cost. I would guesstimate somewhere between 40 and 60,000. So the 60,000 would help us at least move in that direction, which would help with some of the accessibility components, but would not allow for certain customizations in a new platform. So at least that would get us in off to a good start.
Okay, so I'll just see if anyone else has questions. Doesn't look like it. Did you want to add anything, Mayor?
Yeah, so I think maybe based on what Executive Director Peg says, I would suggest that we take the 128,500 and get it down to 60,000 instead.
And do I have a seconder for that? Councillor Ring?
So I will put that together.
Proposal to a vote. All those in favor? And that's unanimous. Thank you. And I believe another one.
Thank you. There is a position for a fire inspector, and I understand from that we will be getting sometime this year a master fire, I don't know what it is, fire management plan, and that we could look at this position next year in the context of an overall plan for the staffing. And that also this is tied to our implementation of the short-term accommodation plan, which isn't going to happen for a while. So I think we have some time, as I understand it, to implement this position. So I would be asking that we eliminate it for this year.
Thank you.
Turn to see if anyone else would like to speak. Councillor Potts.
Yes, thanks, Deputy Mayor Fryer. In regards to this fire inspector position, over the last couple of weeks, I've done my homework, and given the events that took place with the fire department and the number of fires that we've had, and kind of getting a better understanding of what's required to be compliant and to follow up with businesses and I guess the provincial guidelines or however that works. I've actually, I'm really not in support of hiring additional staff, but this is one position that I do support. And I think I would be interested in putting this forward to support it at this time. I think the importance again, and I mean, given the timing of what we've experienced the last few weeks and just the work that is involved, I do support this position and moving forward. So thanks.
So we have a motion on table to remove it. You're voicing that you can't support that motion. Yes. Councillor Doherty.
Thank you. I was just wondering if I could get clarification, because I understood from draft 4 and the conversations that happened last time that this had been reduced down to 20,000.
Sorry, Deputy Mayor, if I can clarify, the amount is 44,000. So the hire would happen in September.
Okay.
Did you have follow-up, or is that?
No, I just wanted to understand that, yeah, so part of it had already been removed.
Okay. Anyone else wishing to speak? Councillor Ring.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor. I too will say that you're going to probably see through the voting that I'm not really a proponent of doing a lot of new hires at this time. I'm not saying that. I've said this every time I've talked against them, that I'm not saying they're not needed. I just don't think they're needed this budget. But I will admit that I did vote for this fire inspector position at our last COW meeting, and I would continue supporting it for the simple fact that it isn't going to be hired until September, and it's $44,000. But it's I'm sure that the fire department would not put in for the position if it wasn't necessary. Only the fact that I understand that we're way behind on a lot of fire inspections, and when you're talking about safety at the home or in the business, I think we've got to try to address that issue.
Mayor Hamlin, Clerk Thomas, yes.
Certainly, and as it's council's direction, I just wanted to note as well that the implementation of the STAs may be delayed if the fire department, because they're the key inspector in the STA program, it may delay the cost and revenue aspects of that program for the fall, because we're hoping to have the planning applications forward and start to implement the program in the fall. So we may not be able to cost recover as much as we had anticipated this year, and maybe need to actually rely more on parking reserves if that position is not approved.
Thank you for that input. Mayor Hamlin.
Yeah, so I had a question for someone on staff to answer. I didn't think this was clearing up a problem that we're behind on fire inspections, because I would not support eliminating this if it meant we weren't doing our fire inspections. So I thought this was tied and that it wasn't an urgent position. So, okay, go ahead. Thank you.
It hasn't been mentioned much, but it actually more to do with the inspection than it does the short-term accommodations. Okay. Just to give you a briefing on it, we do about 3,000 inspections that are mandatory. That's just 2 people. And a lot of times, about half that is 2 times we have to go back, multiple times, like 4 or 5 times. On that, we have complaints, requests. That takes weeks and weeks of our time, considering we just had all these fires that we just had. That just took our inspections down for the last 3 weeks. It just, you never know what you're going to get. And we're behind on our education. So basically, we're really rolling the dice. This is our #1 priority by far. I need firefighters, but I need the inspector more than anything. They're just overwhelmed, and the short term is just a little portion of it. This is something I'm very passionate about, and I wouldn't ask if I didn't think, but yes, we could put it off. But just like we had the fires the other day, as soon as those fires happen, they ask for the reports. If those places aren't inspected, something should happen. It's like apartment fires. They come right after us right away looking for it. If they're not done, it is the what if and they happen. And so, yes, the short terms can be put off. Like we could go a little bit. It's the inspections within the town. And every year we're building about 10% more on the mandatories alone. I know just about a month ago, we just found out about apartment building. We didn't think there was going to be anything wrong with that. Took 2 inspectors all week. We were supposed to have the main street done by now. We're not even close to being complete. And that's one of our highest priorities for safety. So I could go on for hours. I really can. It really is important. And I when you say you lack of sleep, you worry at night, that's what I worry about. Like I say, I'd like to have more firefighters, but it's the inspector that I'm really, really needing.
Okay, well, I'm convinced.
Okay.
I'm going to withdraw that one.
So it's being withdrawn. I know Councillor Potts would like to say something. You still want with it withdrawn? Yep.
Yes, through you, Deputy Mayor, maybe both to Chief Thurman and potentially the treasurer. I had sent some correspondence today, just looking for some more clarification on what are some areas that could offset the position. I know I throw it out there about burn permits. I'd throw it about potentially the STAs, and just to maybe for clear indicator for everyone to know. Thanks.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, if I can respond. So I think right now, the permits that we have for burn permits, the amount that we had in for 2023 remains the same for 2024. I don't think what Chief Thurman is speaking about would actually necessarily increase any fees. That wasn't the discussion we had at the time. There are some additional recovery fees that we've put into the fire department for this year. From our fire marquee program, and maybe you can highlight on that, but specific to the inspector, no, not necessarily.
So basically, areas that we do get revenue from are burn permits, approximately $26,000 a year. Fire mark is where we recover. We can, for any of the fires that we have, we can through insurance policies. That ranges. This year, it's going to be massive amount. Usually it's anywhere around $30,000. When people request reports, we get money back from that. We're starting new programs with prevention that will through extinguisher training that we're charging for. So we're trying to bring the revenue up, but those are our big. Fire mark is one of our biggest, and then of course the short-term accommodation that we're getting money back from that.
That covers it all. So I think you still had another one, didn't you?
Yeah, one more. Okay. So I just I wanted to address the issue of the landfill that the town has on the work site and the need to move it. And I wanted to make sure I had my facts right first. So if I could ask a question. So originally, I believe the amount in the budget was to move all of the fill that was there, and then we had some discussions and about moving half of it, and then the amount in the budget now is $127,500. Is that to move all of it again? So that was my question. Is that to move all of it?
Through the treasurer, I guess, if you need somebody else to help.
I think Director Slama may hop on, but I can share that the thought was that if the contamination level was below, I think, a level 2, whatever that might mean, that we would be able to move the majority of the fill that was there for that amount, for that 127,000. The difficulty comes into play if the contamination level is more after the testing has occurred. But that would be the case, regardless of the 127 would actually increase likely if that was the case as well. So we had presented that earlier, but I do believe it's for the full amount. I see somebody coming on camera here, but I'm not sure if that's Director Slama, if she wanted to add anything to that.
Because my question, so then, because I thought if we went back to the thought of just moving half of it in 24. So we could save 63,000 in essence if we just went back to the concept of moving half of it. I'm not sure it would matter to anybody if we only moved half of it. So, yeah.
So sorry, I see Director Slam is just messaging me. She's not well. She's very sick. We could do half. She thinks that you could do half.
Okay. Thank you, Director Slama.
And Mayor Hamlin, if I may, on that, I think if it was a case of where the investigation showed that there was more contamination and some other thoughts had to be taken forward to us, they could be brought forward us with that specific information, right? So I support your, so I think I need a seconder first. And Councillor Potts.
So I think the amount, if I can just say, would be half of it, 63,750 if I did it right.
Is it 127,500?
Yeah.
Okay, that's what it is. Yep.
Thank you.
Anyone else wishing to speak to that? Everybody's comfortable? Okay, so I will call that matter to a vote. All those in favor? And that's unanimous. Thank you, Councillor Jeffrey. I did look. And I believe I can turn that back then, right?
So there's one small item I wanted to add in. Do you want me to deal with that now?
No, you go right ahead. Yeah.
Okay, so you'll have to keep on this. Okay, so it's the physician recruitment. So if you remember the amount, because we just heard this a minute ago, was 50,000 that was originally in the budget, and this is an issue that's near and dear to my heart because I sat on the regional committee for about 3 years. That was set up by the town of Blue Mountains to talk about physician recruitment. And I know Councillor Houston's now stepped up. It's a slightly different committee, but still is worthwhile. And so what I learned was that there's some 3,000 to 4,000 people in our community without a family doctor. And that a lot of the municipalities are competing around the province for these doctors by offering significant concessions. And so the amount of 50,000 was reflective of, I think, sort of putting into a pot with other municipalities and seeing if we could get any doctors up here. In the meantime, one of the doctors who's participating in the new committee with Councillor Houston is like a one-man band recruiter. She's awesome. Anyway, so she reached out today or yesterday to say she has a doctor who's reached out, or she's been whining and dining or whatever she does to get people. And there's a doctor interested in setting up in Collingwood. So she has suggested that we make some funds available because the town, other municipalities are doing this. Wasaga Beach, they have a medical building, they offer $100,000. And this is just an example of what's happening. So yes, she suggested, and so what came back was this, $14,000 a year for 5 years. Yeah, 5 years. And that she thought this doctor would be interested if we could accommodate that. So it would be spreading it out. We wouldn't be sharing any costs with anybody for this year. 14 sounds better than 50. And we have someone who it looks like could be, we could get. So that's what I wanted to add in, but knowing that it would be a 5-year commitment.
So the motion would be to put 14 into the budget this year on the premise that it could be a case of where it needs to be on a 5-year basis.
Yeah, so it would be 70,000 altogether. Which
would still yet to be determined and still allow time to incorporate into next year's budget. I'm going to turn to Treasurer first and ask her if she has any thoughts about that proposal in regards to the idea of taking a 5-year commitment. If the cash outlay is annually, then it's okay.
If I may, Deputy Mayor, so is the proposal then that 15,000 per year be set aside towards that? Oh, sorry, 14. Actually, 14. Yeah. Sorry, sorry. I think that's something that we can do. We can accommodate it within. We could do one of two things. At this point, the council grants and donations are at $100,000. This would add 15,000, so it would allow you still to have that $100,000 room for when we bring the grant policy forward, and then it would increase it by 15,000 beginning in this year, and of course that base would stay on for the next 4 or 5 years, whatever it is. Yeah.
Okay. So I'll look for a seconder. Councillor Houston. And then I will ask for anyone who would like to speak. And I think, Deb, you had your hand up first. So you go ahead.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I am certainly not against physician recruitment. God knows, with the number of people coming to our community that are saying that they don't have a physician, are still having to travel back to the city to their old physician. We need more physicians in this town. My only concern is that, is this a precedent? Every time a new physician is interested in coming into town, we have to dish out to them. So that's number one. And then where does that end? And then number two, generally speaking, AMO are concerned about this, I'm going to call it doctor bonusing. And they will be making a case to the province, along with some other issues in the healthcare file. And so I'm just, this may not, I guess all to say that this, although we know that it's happening, that it may stop happening. And so, why would we start?
I think I'll let others, and then for sure you will be able to at the end, Mayor Hamlin. So Councillor Potts.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor Fryer. Just from clarification to Mayor Hamlin, if possible, in this ask, are we using the 50,000 for this one doctor over 5 years, or for the recruiting, or with this 14,000, is there the remaining amount for other doctors that potentially to recruit?
This is the first new one that I'm aware of.
So I mean, and I guess the question I'm asking is like with the 14,000. And 3 other doctors want to come. Is this 50,000 that we're looking at? Is that within this budget, or are you taking that 50,000 and spreading it over the 5 years? Just
okay. I'm going to turn to the treasurer because there's a whole bunch of numbers flying around, and I think we want to be clear. That's what Councillor Potts I think is looking for. I believe it's a case of $14,000 for 5 years, which is 70,000. But I know you mentioned the other fund that it would go into. So if you can just go over that again, please.
Sure. Sorry. Thank you, Deputy Mayor Fryer. I think, so the 50,000 I was speaking about was what we had originally included as a in the listing for council consideration. So I spoke about the 50, I probably shouldn't have, but we thought it would be about $50,000 in this year. The latest information is that in fact it would be $14,000, and I believe it's over 5 years. I'm looking over at the CAO, and I see Councillor Houston shaking his head. So yes, it's over 5 years. So 14 times 5 is about $70,000.
So the 50,000 is already kind of in the budget.
No. The 50,000 was removed. So when I spoke about the 50,000, that was up for council consideration. It was not included.
Okay. So this would be a separate amount in the 2024 budget of $14,000.
That's right. Yes. Yeah. Sorry, if I could just add, maybe alternatively, the other way, I suppose, is you could eat into the 100,000 that you have for council grants and donations, understanding though we have about I think we're at 96,000 asks so far, and there's still 3 or 4 more groups that will be coming forward throughout the year. So you could, cap out use the 100,000 in your council grants and donations budget, and use that as to go towards doctor recruitment, and say now it's 85,000. That's an option.
Councillor Perry.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Fryer. I did have a couple questions or comments, but Councillor Doherty covered one of them. But maybe this is for Councillor Houston or Mayor Hamlin. Well, actually, I'm going to make a comment first. It's unfortunate we have to go down this road. It really is. It kind of reminds me back in the late 80s when people were selling their leases to the highest bidder for rental accommodations. But anyway, you guys may know this. How many doctors are we short based on our population we have right now? Does anyone know that answer?
I believe Mayor Hamlin does. Yes, go ahead, Mary.
It's about 8. And also the problem is a number of our doctors that are nearing or already past retirement age.
Okay, thank you very much.
I think the only other thing I would say is it's not rare for professionals locating in a profession somewhere in a location to receive some sort of allowance to come in. The trouble with this for me is, of course, the fact that it's municipalities against municipalities, and it goes to the broader issue of what Councillor Doherty's saying is how do we control ourselves, so to speak. But anyway,
Councillor Jeffrey, I'll allow you to go. I keep forgetting the one, sorry.
That's okay. So I think in your summary there, you covered a little bit. I guess I was trying to understand in terms of why we're doing this doctor bonusing, as Councillor Doherty describes it. Is it doctors aren't making enough? The cost of living in our community is too high to get them there for doctors starting out. You know, it's hard to tell people who are barely scraping by to get them health care. We're going to spend $70,000 over 5 years to bring in a profession who, I mean, they're most committed and dedicated and trained people. I'm not saying anything against that, but I'm just saying it's that kind of double standard. And I think the deputy mayor did describe it right. When we're municipality against municipality, are we going to get into, well, we offer them 14, but we're kind of the starting bid. So they go to another municipality and say, well, I got 15,000 a year for 5 years from Collingwood. What can you offer me? Like, how do you control that? I don't even know if anybody can answer it, but I'm struggling with it.
Yeah, I think it's more of a comment than a question at this stage. So I will, Councillor Houston, you'd like to speak?
Yeah, I mean, I can maybe shed a little bit of light on that, and I'm not necessarily in support of bonusing. However, to Councillor Doherty's point, I think WSEG has already set that precedent. So that's what we're competing against, unfortunately. I wish they hadn't. However, the majority of the doctors that we're attracting are young, new doctors that are coming with a significant amount of debt. And that's really where this bonusing is going towards, is to pay down the debt that they've incurred to get their education to enter the space. So that's really the only thing that I have to add to that.
I think the only comment I would make too is I look at more as like a relocation. Not necessarily a bonusing. I know that you're doing it over a period of time, but the reason we're doing that is try to absorb it a little longer through the budget process. If we felt we had $70,000 in our budget to use for this, we may decide to use it. So I do look at it more as as I said, with other professions that they do this regularly. They find that individual they want, and they say, we will pay for location costs for you to come here. So that's my thoughts on it anyway. Councillor Ring, did you want to say anything, or?
Councillor
Jeffrey, go ahead.
Okay, so this is a real question. So if somebody is if a doctor is bonused out of Wasaga Beach, can they restrict them to say they can only take Wasaga Beach patients? That wouldn't stop Collingwood residents needing a doctor to go to Wasaga Beach for a doctor. Because then that way I'd say let Wasaga Beach pay for all of them.
That might be an impossible question for somebody here. I know, Mayor Hamlin, you've looked into this a fair degree. Do you have an idea on that?
You know, I honestly don't. I haven't seen the contract that Wasaga enters into with their doctors. So I can't say that they do, but I can't say they don't.
Okay. Well, maybe somebody would know.
Councillor Ring.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor. And I'm not going to say that I know for a fact either, but I can know what I heard on the news about 2 weeks ago when this came up with Wasaga Beach, long before we had even brought it up as a budget item on this budget, was they announced that, as I think the mayor alluded to, is they're providing them with office space. They're providing them with $50,000 if they come to Wasaga Beach, and they'll get another $50,000 over 10 years if they stay for that 10 years. So they can get up after 10 years, get $100,000 plus office. So I'm assuming that if they're going to invest that much in a doctor, they're going to have to sign something saying that they will service the patients with Wasaga Beach addresses, I'm sure, but I'm only guessing at that.
Councillor Baines.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. This is truly abhorrent to do this. However, what we've done to date hasn't worked. And the challenge of medical service in this community is verging on a crisis. I think this is, I'll say, an interesting experiment. I don't want to commit to more than one doctor unless the results really do bear fruit. Because it'd be a significant commitment if you keep going down here. But as abhorrent as this may be, I would support it. So there you go. Thank you.
Any further question? Then Mayor Hamlin, you can close.
Yeah, I just wanted to respond to Councillor Doherty's comments, and I honestly totally agree that I wish the province would prohibit this. And I have mentioned it to our MPP because it's not right. The province should, like, they don't allow us to bonus, and if I use those words, any kind of commercial business except doctors. Right. So, but anyway, that's the provincial thing. And the province, I think, has also created a problem in the sense that the tuition fees have kept going up and up. So these doctors are graduating with huge amounts. So they're sort of in a hard place, you know, when they go to locate, if someone's offering them, you know, some funds to help pay off their student loans. And I do agree that's where these funds go. So, anyway, that's all I wanted to add.
Just before I call a vote, the one question I had, Councillor Jeffrey, you go right ahead.
When you're ready, I have an amendment, that's all.
Okay, because the question I was going to ask is, what's the process and who would undertake it on behalf of the town? If somebody could kind of give me an outline on that.
That's for our CAO. The answer.
Thank you. The working group that Councillor Houston and I are members of, and the mayor had previously been on that group, and the one before that, has set up a good relationship, and I believe it's called the Family Health Team. That's Jillian Brakel is the doctor that represents that team, on one of the folks that represents that team. And it is that team that has been reaching out to new doctors or doctors wishing to relocate. So they would connect those persons with us once they determined a willingness. And I believe that there is at least one that's considered a very high potential person that they would connect with us. I think what she would need, should it be voted in, would be the commitment of council. And with the commitment of council, then we would enter into an agreement that would allow us to pay that amount out over the years in question, likely directly to the candidate, but it would be subject to some advice around how the funds would transfer hands.
Thank you for that. And Mayor Hamlin, I know you gave a little, I just was looking for a little more clarification on that part of it. So if there's not any further discussion, Councillor Jeffrey, sorry, you were thinking of an amendment. Sorry about that.
Well, I would just like to add to that contractually, if it's possible, then we restrict the doctor's practice while we're making the payments to Collingwood residents.
Or at least consider if that can be done.
Yeah, if it's contractually possible to restrict.
Now, do you want it to have to be restricted, or is it a case of where the person who's taking this forward with the doctor would be able to decide if they can get it or not?
Well, it's one doctor. I don't know. I think we have plenty of Collingwood people who need a doctor that would fill a practice up. And I just think if we're going to pay the money, and if Wasaga Beach, because in the absence of information, and knowing whether or not Wasaga Beach are doing that, or other municipalities, not just them, are doing that, I don't want us not to be pursuing it.
So your amendment is to request that a restriction be done if possible, if contractually possible, right?
Yes.
And
while the funds are being paid out, once the funds are paid out.
Exactly. And I'd look for a seconder. Councillor Baines, thank you. And anybody wishing to speak? Councillor Perry.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor Fryer. I fully agree with Councillor Jeffrey, but I do know she said if possible, but I would be questioning whether it's legal to do that. And I think does her amendment
Perry,
cover that?
Her amendment is that if it's contractually possible, and only for the 5 years of the payment out. Is that correct, Councillor Jeffrey?
Yep.
Okay.
Okay.
So
yeah, I
go
just wanted
ahead
clarity on that.
I just wanted to clear that for you. That's all.
Okay. Perfect. Thank you.
Councillor Houston.
Thank you. I'm not sure how this works. Can I make a friendly amendment to the amendment? To also include a requirement of taking on at least 1,000 patients within the first 18 months?
Sure, I'll add that.
You'll take that as a friendly amendment, Councillor Jeffrey?
I'll add it, yeah. And then
And I don't know that I did get a seconder by Councillor Baines for that, right? Okay, I've done that. Okay. And it's a friendly amendment, so we don't need a seconder. But I will turn to CAO Skinner, who I would like to speak some.
We had some good researchers happening while this conversation was underway, and we did find that in Wasaga Beach, the financial assistance was subject to a memorandum of understanding, and it included establishing a full-time family practice in Wasaga Beach, maintaining the practice for 5 years, roster predominantly Wasaga Beach patients, be a member in good standing of the College of Physicians and Surgeons. And in their case, the funds are used to pay for items associated with starting up a family practice, including equipment, electronic medical system, et cetera. So the key question I was trying to respond to was, yes, they do require predominantly Wasaga Beach patients. And I thought there was a couple of other points that may be useful that staff could undertake should council pass this. And the idea that an MOU would make sense. I think that MOU seemed to have a couple of items that would be very important to protect the taxpayer and the doctor user within our municipality.
I wonder, Councillor Jeffrey, if we can't look to Mayor Hamlin and just see if it all can be friendly amendments to the original motion.
I'll be with the permission of my seconder. I'll just change my amendment to be that on the condition that an MOU is developed requiring, I don't know how you would define predominantly, but you can do that within the MOU, right?
I think it probably has some to do with the ability to attract enough patients for one. It could be, and as you say, it could be covered in the MOU.
All right, so it would be, yeah, so subject to an MOU requiring predominantly Collingwood residents at a minimum, and 1,000 participants or 1,000 patients taken in the first 18 months.
Yes, and I think putting that number in there even makes it where we want to make sure we had some language about predominantly and recognizing that we're putting in a requirement for patients, and as long as they can find them all in Collingwood, then that's so we have that as an amendment. It's been reworked a little bit, and Councillor Baines is indicating he's fine with his seconding. So I'm going to call to vote the amendment as it's been understood by everybody. Everybody comfortable? And all those in favor? And opposed? So noted. That carries. Then we have the amended motion, and I don't think there's any need for any further discussion on it. I think everybody knows the dollar amount and the period. So I will call that matter to a vote. All those in favor? And opposed? And so noted, and that carries. And Mayor Hamlin, are you?
Well, I'm done for now. I'll let someone else take the floor.
I will turn back to you, and I would ask if I could make some.
Yes, go ahead.
So the first one I wanted to bring up is the water intake. We've removed it at the last meeting, and I do want to put it back onto the floor for consideration. I do believe it is something that we have to proceed with, and I don't think I have to explain why to everybody. We've been able to get some information as we do through the budget process in our offline conversations with the staff, and so I just think it is something that we need to put on the table at this point in time, and I believe I have a seconder in Councillor Jeffrey.
Okay, that's great. And could you just tell us what the amount is?
It's 475,000.
Sorry, I'm just looking it up, but I do believe it's 450 or 460, but just give me 1 second here.
And that would be in the water user fees, not in the tax base.
Okay, thank you.
450,000, and yes, it would not impact the taxation increase. It's a water based project.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Jeffrey?
Mr. Mayor Hamlin, I'd like a recorded vote, please.
Yes. Councillor Baines?
Through you, Mayor Hamlin, to the Treasurer. Educate me, if you will. Could this not be included as a capital cost to the whole water filtration plant itself, rather than an operating cost?
Yeah, if I may, Your Worship, regardless of how the funding is made, the Water Reserve Fund would either be, we put less into the Water Reserve Fund if we include it as an operating project, or we take out of the capital fund. So whether it's operating or capital doesn't really change the funding perspective. To make it part of the water treatment plant expansion, if that was the other question, that is a secondary. So if the inspection came back, I believe Manager McGinnity explained that if the inspection came back, that in fact this was something that needed to be replaced, then of course, then we'd divide that fairly across the municipalities. But understand that we collect rates from our neighboring municipalities as well. That also goes into the water reserves. And as we recalculate that water rate, we will be looking at what those amounts are each year. So or I shouldn't say each year, every 5 years. So where things are, taking from one pot to the other, eventually it catches up with itself in terms of the rates.
Belatedly, thank you, but means we just have to sharpen our pencils even more tonight. Thank you.
Councillor Ring.
Thank you very much. I'm going to speak against it only for the reason that it's not necessary for the inspection. I'm going to speak against at the cost, and I think the annual inspection is done every year. That's all they normally do is the screen at the end and do any repairs, because I had to do it when I looked after a plant in Midland, and they had their own water treatment plant. It's an inspection you're going to have anywhere. I'm having a problem with is the cost. If it's $450 we want to add to this budget, that's on top of what the inspection already is my understanding, because they do it annually. That was the report you got back from Director Slama, that it's done annually. So I'm just having a real hard time with the cost, because we're talking about a 800-meter pipe that's a cement pipe to start with, and it was supposed to be. It's never been inspected. So why all of a sudden now how do we get to a figure of $450,000 for something that's never been internally inspected? Like,
maybe that's why, because there's never. So I can see Director Slum has shown up on the screen. So we'll just let her have a say to this. Go ahead. And thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mayor. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, great. Through you to Councillor Ring. So the 450 is for, we have provided some information previously that it's for the whole collaborative pieces of inspecting, having someone inspect the pipe, getting access, because we do have a screen that kind of blocks on the one end, so we've got to get past that. Putting a camera down, having divers assisting with this, and looking at the inside of that 800 meters of concrete pipe that's never been looked at before. So we have no idea what the level of sediment is in there, what the level of zebra mussels are. We have no idea if there's any damage or anything. So this is an important piece because it hasn't been done before, to take that first step, to take a look at this for the first time, and just satisfy ourselves so that we have an understanding of the condition of it, do some spot repairs that can be done, and it will help us to verify that the capacity we can get out of the intake. And that's also important for the next piece, which is our expansion, right? Because technically on paper, the size of that intake, it's fine for the expansion that we're planning for, and it would just be much later down the road that we would need to look at it. But we want to make that assessment and know this for sure. What is done annually is, you are correct, we just go to the very end of the pipe where there is like an upwards kind of 4 bowl structures, and we have that inspected by divers, and they're just looking again at the structural integrity of the end, and giving us an idea of how many zebra mussels are there, and removing some of the zebra mussels. So again, we still have that 800 meters that we know nothing about. We have obtained estimates for this specialty work. It isn't work that everybody does, so it does require specialty people and equipment, and of course this would be our upper limit, right? So we can, if we don't spend that, then that's great, and the money can go back into our water reserves for other projects. But we do believe this to be a valid estimate at this time.
Okay, thank you. Did you have a follow-up?
Yes, please. The screens that we're talking about are what they're already being inspected. The screens will be at the intake as before they even get into the pipe. The issue with the zebra mussels, I don't think you need a diver's not going to tell you how many zebra mussels are in there. You'll find that out because if they're in the pipe, you got to have filters when it gets to the plant, and you'll be changing filters all the time, because that's what we almost had to do on a daily basis in Midland, was change the filters almost every day, because if you had some issues with your screen, they're going to be drawn right in through the pumps, and you're going to pick them up as soon as they get into the plant. That's why you have filtration with the raw water. I'm just saying, I'm not saying it's not something that has to be done, and I'm not saying that it's it should be, like I said, it shouldn't be done. It should be done every year, and I'd be the last person to say that I'd hate to see us not have water. My issue is I really am having a hard time saying that the extra work that we're going to do for just to inspect the inside of a pipe is $450,000. I'm just having a real hard time with that amount of money. That's all.
Yes, go ahead.
And the only reason I think others want to speak, but it was something that Director Slama said when I've asked this question before. I didn't hear it the way she said it today. It's about verifying what the capacity of that line is for our plant expansion. Is that the way you had said it, Director Slama?
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, through the mayor to Deputy Mayor Fryer. So it's one small piece of all the work. It will be, we'll have that ability to verify the capacity of the intake pipe. But that's one very small piece of all the work.
I understand. Sorry, follow up. Yeah. I understand that there's other work being done, but the way I've been looking at it all along, with the timing of it, I felt it had some sort of relationship to the plant expansion. And I guess I'm wondering, and I'll maybe turn to the treasurer here. I would have thought a component of this would maybe have been capital related, from the standpoint that it looks to the plant expansion and the longevity of the intake.
If I may, Your Worship. Yeah. Generally, studies or inspections are included as part of operating. Happy to put it in capital, but it doesn't change anything. You're either paying for it through less contribution to the reserve fund in 2024 or more, but whether it could be wrapped up into the water treatment plant, the $270 million tender, is that what you're referring to? Yeah, at this point, I would say no, because that is specific to the actual expansion. This would be inspecting the pipe. I think one of the things that Manager McGinnity, prior to her exit, was trying to impress on is that this is a 55-year-old pipe that has never been inspected. They have a lifespan of 75 to 100 years, but if these cracks and things are in place, that they, we could end up in a situation where we don't have water supply. But whether we can push it off and into the water treatment plant expansion project, I suppose it should have been included in the water rate study back in 2019 or even prior to that. But it wasn't. That we can see that it's notable. Again, as we redo the rate study in 2024, rates will incorporate items that, more costs have accumulated for. So I'm not sure I understand the motivation behind. I hear, is it that we want the other municipalities to pay their share? Is that the intent? And
not necessarily motivation, but just looking at it as being fair. Because if we have an obligation to make sure we can provide water to Collingwood, New Tecumseh is going to have the same situation, that they can't. They have to make sure the water is maintained. I look at this as if it's done, I do believe it's paid for by any of the partners that are within the plant. That's what I was trying to kind of come to.
Yeah. So if I may, Your Worship, so the current rates that we charge to the town of Blue Mountains or the town of New Tecumseh, and also to our own users, incorporates rehabilitation plans within the operations as well. This particular inspection was not incorporated in that study, but would be picked up in the next study, and those rates would be impacted in such a manner. So we have to be very careful, or well, just to be very clear, I suppose, when we're doing works on our current asset base, the rates that we charge to our users, including our municipalities that we provide to, include an amount or incorporate an amount to pay for that. So that's how we develop the rates. The water treatment plant itself, the expansion, because it's new, is totally separate and is looked at as an additional agreement to the current water supply agreements that we have. So they are providing some amount towards this, albeit through the rates that they pay us when we sell them water, just like our residents pay for all of the things we do with respect to our water. So when we go to do our next water rate study, we look at all of the assets again and say, here are the things that need to happen to those assets. And that a portion of the cost to maintain, rehabilitate the current assets we have is incorporated in the water rates themselves. Does that clarify things a little bit more?
Thank you. And Director Slama has her hand up, so I'll turn it to her.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I would support what Treasurer Quinlan said. Like this is asset management work. It is work that we need to do on our current intake, regardless of how our expansion looks going forward. So I hope that council doesn't get distracted by that, small component of the work, looking at verifying the capacity of the intake. And I just also wanted to provide some comments for a few things that Councillor Ring said. So what Councillor Ring described in Midland is a little bit different than what we have in Collingwood. So not quite apples to apples. So I just wanted to mention that.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Perry.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. This is a question for Director Slama. I'm sure there are flow meters in that pipe, but whether you're able to answer this or not, have you noticed a reduction in flow in, say, the past 10 years? I wondered if you had any records on that or whatever. I'm just kind of looking at the zebra mussel thing, and that may give us an indication of whether there is any issues internally in the pipe.
Director Slama?
Through the mayor to Councillor Perry. So the pipe itself, our intake pipe, doesn't have a flow meter on it directly because our water intake flows by gravity into our plant. So we don't have a flow meter on the 800 meter long intake pipe. So, and I would say that the theoretical capacity of our intake pipe is 90,000 cubic meters a day. And we're not even drawing 30,000 cubic meters a day. So it's not surprising that we haven't seen any limitations in drawing the water. So again, this would be just, good best practice. The pipe is 50 years old. We know it has a lifespan of about 75 years. It's a good time to investigate the pipe, verify its structural condition, and look at the capacity of it.
Thank you.
Councillor Potts, go ahead.
Thanks, Mayor Hamlin. Through you to the Treasurer and Director Slama. So we started this process at 600 plus. We're down to 450. Director Slama had referenced estimates and quotes. I understand I get the importance and the portion of liability, but with Councillor Ring, I'm kind of struggling on the price. Were all the estimates around the where did the estimates, if we can get that information, come in at for a ballpark? Maybe to the Treasurer.
I may, Your Worship. I have not reviewed the actual quotations. I think that came through Manager McGinnity. So I don't know if Director Slama, if you have access to what the quote that she's received.
Through the mayor, just to add on Treasurer Quinlan, I believe we did provide that information to council, and I don't have it right at my fingertips, but I'll look it up and I can provide it to put my hand up when I find it.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks. Just a quick follow up, and I'm sure, and thank you for providing it to council. I just figured it was maybe an important piece for the community to be aware of as well. Thanks.
Mm-hmm. Well, while we're waiting, I'll just offer up my thoughts, which are, council is the steward or our stewards of community infrastructure. And there's a lot of things that are important, but water is critical. And in fact, it's so critical, the province amended legislation to say, if we don't follow professional advice on how to maintain it, we're all going to be professionally or personally liable for that. My view is that I would not put my limited personal assets at stake, that I would follow the direction of our professionals and make sure that this pipe that's providing all the water to our community, to a substantial number of residents in other communities, is in perfect shape. And if it isn't perfect shape, all to the good. What if it isn't? Right? What if it isn't? Like that's the issue. And if it's so bad, maybe we're going to need a new pipe, and then it'll be part of our new plan. So I haven't lost track of what you're saying, Deputy Mayor. So Director Slumber, do you have any, did you find that?
I apologize, but I haven't yet. So I'm not sure if there's an opportunity to defer or if it's relevant to all council. Yeah.
Okay. Yes.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. When I put this forward, it's based on the information we've seen in regards to opinion on recommendation coming from staff. And I agree with Mayor Hamlin that we rely on our staff, but the one request I would make from this, because it does sound, and you've used the term best practice, but I think when a recommendation is being brought forward that will put council, and water's the different thing here, is that we have obligations under the Safe Drinking Water Act. And I think when those recommendations come, I'd like to see supporting documents to show that they're required, if at all possible, because in this particular case, it's never been done. And there hasn't been an annual check of the line itself, just the end, that as Councillor Ring was saying. So I continue to believe that it's something we need to put into the budget, and staff will take it forward. And hopefully the price when you come in with the tenders, it'll be substantially less. But I do believe it has to be done.
Okay, thank you. I think, we have another 2 weeks still to change the budget up. So I would suggest we vote on this tonight. And Director Slama, when you get your information, you can just share it with council and we'll have it. Are we ready to vote? Yeah. Okay, all those in favor of adding this into the water user fees?
Mayor
and this is a recorded vote?
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. So that means our clerk is going to take over here.
Thank you. A recorded vote has been requested. All those in favor of the motion, please raise your hand or your yes cards. Thank you. All those opposed, please raise your cards. Thank you. Motion is carried.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor Hamlin, I did have another pursuit I would like to do. This actually has to do with some of the explanation about the variance in the staff report, and the proposed $390,000 or 1% reduction that staff has made in recommendation. We referred to the overall surplus forecast for 2023, which is 1.384 million, I believe, and that a large portion of it is from the salary variance, which was 1.1 million. But through some of the offline conversations we've had with our emails and that, I just want to verify that as far as tax related salary and benefit of the 1.1 million, it's about $750,000 that is just tax related.
I may, Your Worship.
Go ahead.
Yes, the tax supported portion of the 1.1 million is 767,000, I think is the number.
Yeah. So it's kind of like half of that is the proposal. Is that just coincidence, really? It's a case of where you looked at it, it looked like about 1% could be adjusted, right?
If I may, Your Worship.
Yeah.
So we did take a look at what was average or normal over the last several years, and the 390 was based on, albeit there's quite a bit more in the last several years in terms of salary variance, but it's based on the average over the last several years.
So follow up is then, so we know of the $1.384 million surplus, about $750,000 that is related to the vacancies and the impact on tax related salary and benefit costs. It seems like another portion of that would be the investment in revenue, interest revenue. I believe, if I remember correctly in the report, you indicated what was budgeted was $300,000. And you're expecting to have about $550,000 in there. It was $250,000 more.
Go ahead.
If I may, Your Worship. No, I apologize. I don't recall the amount I've used in the projection for investment income in total is $300,000. It's to the budget.
For 2024.
For 2023. For 2023.
In the budget, but I'll look up the page. So why don't we let somebody else go?
Sure. Okay, thank you. I think I'm going to come back to Councillor Doherty because she started asking for something to be added back in the budget. Would you like to continue with that? I think you explained it. Maybe you want to add something at this point?
Sure. Yes, I will summarize. So the addition of this role is not necessarily going to provide us with a great deal of efficiency, but what it is going to do is provide us with capacity. And that capacity is allow us to start to implement our urban forest management plan to assist potentially in other departments in some of their work, like stormwater management, like the climate change mitigation, like development management. It is going to help us to improve and maximize our commitment to Julie DiLorenzo and her donation to the town. It is going to generally give us a healthier, more sustainable canopy, which is a very important natural asset, which many communities are starting to put a cash value on. So it's the start of a journey, but it will have tremendous positive domino effects for PRC and for other departments going forward.
Okay, thank you. Would I have a seconder for this? Councillor Jeffrey, thank you. And also I'll just add, I had asked our treasurer today what the amount was. So it's 110,000 for the tax portion. And there is another portion for the vehicle for this person of 50,000 that will be fully DC recoverable. So I just wanted to mention that as well. Councillor Jeffrey, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. In addition to what Councillor Doherty said, I think in layman's terms, for me, it's an ounce of prevention's worth a pound of cure. And I think that's what this is all about. If you let things get too far out of hand, even like a main street, if you look what Barrie had to do to recover their main street, if we don't look after our tree canopy, the cure could be far worse than just the prevention for now and the policies and all the things that Councillor Doherty referred to.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Baines?
Thank you, Mayor Doherty. I'm delighted, particularly with Councillor Jeffrey's support of this initiative, and applaud Councillor Doherty for bringing it. And I'm one of the ones that voted for this the first time in Committee of the Whole, and will certainly support this. My challenge going forth, as I've been trying to keep up with the math here, and I think we're plus 174,376 as I added up before this. So somehow we've still got to sharpen pencils and take away if we're to hit what Councillor Jeffrey was hoping to get it when we started here, which is no net increase. But you don't get those figures.
I don't agree with your math, but before I give you mine, I'm going to let the treasurer, because she's better at it.
Okay. So let's where are we in the math?
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Your Worship. So what we've actually reduced, we're not considering the intake pipe inspection because it doesn't impact the tax rate. So we're actually down by about 0.5%.
That's why I have a calculator on this. Okay. Would anyone else like to speak to this? Councillor Ring, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mayor Ham. Again, I'm going to speak against this position at this time. I'm not saying I've said this is the third time I think I've spoke against it. And I think we just keep bringing things back until we finally get them passed. So I don't know what democracy we have around here sometimes. But anyways, the reason I'm going to speak against it again is I don't know whether it's something that's necessary right now. I'm not saying it's not, and maybe it's next year we need it. I think we've taken a hit over the last with the pandemic and the cost of living and inflation and everything else that I'd like to try to keep the budget down to the increase to the taxpayer as much as possible. I could be totally wrong. When I tried to, after the last meeting there, I went online and tried to compare as it was quoted tonight that I wasn't comparing apples to apples. I went in the Owen Sound website, and I think what I read is they have been chosen as one of the top 15 what they call tree cities in Canada. And it's because of how they deal with their tree canopy, and they don't have a full-time arborist. So maybe we should call them and ask them how they do it, because apparently as soon as we get an arborist, our problems are all going to go away. I just don't think it's necessary during this budget. Maybe 2025, but not this one right now, as far as I'm concerned.
Okay, thank you. Would anyone else like to speak to it? I'm going to speak in favor of it. I see the trees as one of our assets that needs asset management. And it's nothing you're going to see a huge improvement tomorrow once we have a forester out there. But it is one of those things that will improve our community over the years, to come. And yeah, we can ignore them another year, but with the diseases that are taking out a lot of our forests right now, we need attention to our trees now. Anyway, that's what I believe. I think it was in 2019 that we did the community exercise, and I attended those meetings with a consultant and our staff to come up with the forest management plan. And there were pages and pages of recommendations in that plan. But number one was getting a forester on staff to try and guide the forest management plan. And it is online. I recommend to council, if they haven't had a chance to look at it, to have a look. But trees are important to our community as they are to any community. And as I say, I consider it an important asset for us to be maintaining. Okay, so we'll bring this to a vote. So all in favor, this would be adding 110,000 into the tax budget. All those in favor? We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Opposed? 1, 2, 3, 4. That carries. Thank you.
Mayor Hamlin, could I revisit my spot where I had to go look?
Yes, please do.
Thank you. Treasurer Quinlan, was from page 4 in the third quarter financial report, T 2023-25. Part B was about the investment income. And when I read it as the 250 that do you have it in front of you?
Yes, I do.
Okay, good. So that 250, I read it that it was going to be added to the 300 that was the budgeted portion. But are you indicating that only $250,000 is in investment income at the end of 2023?
If I may, Your Worship. So what the report is referencing to is to the end of Q3, that it would be about 250,000. Remember that the income or the interest income that we earn is allocated across both what's in reserves and what is on a cash basis on our hands. So generally, the amount of cash that sits in the general reserves or is our additional real cash in our bank is what stays in the actual income statement or in the operational side. The rest gets reallocated out to the reserve funds because, of course, they are required to earn interest, and they have the biggest portion of what is actually cash.
If I may follow up, you made a comment that they're required to. The obligatory reserves would be.
Correct.
For sure. But any of the other reserves, asset management and those, is there a policy that the town has that that requires that it has to have interest paid?
If I may, Your Worship, within our individual policies for each discretionary reserve fund, and that's how we distinguish between reserves and reserve funds. Reserve funds earn interest.
But it doesn't necessarily say annual interest.
I suppose not. I don't know exactly what the policies say with respect to interest, but generally reserve funds, and in this case for discretionary, which would include water and wastewater, life cycle, all those are working funds reserve. They have earned interest throughout history within the town, and it's also included in their policies. Yeah. The general reserves, such as operating contingency or capital contingency, those are considered to be general, and they do not earn interest.
Yeah. So again, in regards to the allocation of the what is sitting as $2,272,000 at the end of the third quarter, correct?
Correct. Yes. Yeah.
Only $250,000. I thought from last year's inquiry and about last year's allocations, I thought it was in the order of 20% of the overall interest that we'd earned that got allocated to operating revenue.
If I may, Your Worship. Yeah. So I believe it was around between 80 and 90% generally gets allocated to the reserves. It depends on the cash balances at each point in time. So while we're doing projections, we predict based on history, and we use that 80 to 90% of the interest gets allocated to the reserves and reserve funds. The point of the interest in the tax base is we try and make or get to the budget amount, and sometimes it's a little bit over. I think last year it was about 330,000, but we have budgeted the 300,000, and that's what I've included in my projection. Mm-hmm. The actual might change slightly, but I don't expect it to change significantly.
Excuse me. So Deputy Mayor, I'm just wondering if you have a lot of detailed questions, if you could ask them offline, and then if you have an ask for counsel, you could bring it back to our next budget meeting, or do you have an ask maybe you could?
You actually took the words out of my mouth.
Yeah.
I was just going to say that it comes to the struggle that I've had from the beginning with the impact of putting money into the PPNs and deferring rent interest. It's interest that's not going to come for a period of time. And meanwhile, we're increasing taxes for the current taxpayer because we've locked that money away. So I do plan on bringing something forward on December the 18th, and I just needed to get some of that clear. But I also still wanted to talk about the variance, because again, that's another issue I have, is that we've increased taxes for 2023 by 2.7%, and we're ending up with a $1.384 million surplus, which is over and above the 2.7 that we increased. As I felt last year, I really do think we need to look at our surplus allocation policy at the county. They have a policy of allocation, but it comes to the table for council to consider before they finalize. And we don't have that here. Our allocation policy is what it is. And the treasurer would follow it to do the allocation. But I'm of the mind that a large portion of that surplus needs to be used to help us with the increases this year, because we didn't need that increase in 2023. So I'll be bringing something forward in that regard too. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And I'll just ask, yes, go ahead, Treasurer.
So if I could just respond on the interest allocation, I think what we need to remember is that outside of the obligatory, so our development charge reserves and the funds we might earn on, I'd say OSIF, like any grant funding that we also have to earn interest on. We have to remember that when we do earn the interest and we push it into the reserve funds, it stabilizes that reserve balance. And when we looked at the asset management plan, of course, a majority of our reserves are going towards asset management. That includes water and wastewater as well, which is in the neighborhood of the value of about 25 million of our total reserves. As we add interest to those amounts, it helps to offset the inflationary increase of the cost of projects as we wait in between years and reestablish our studies. So, albeit I can understand if there was a change in thought in how the investment income or the interest earned happens, and you may want to push more towards the tax base. At the end of the day, if we don't have the funds in the reserves, we will have to go to the tax base to do the things we need to do from a capital standpoint as well. So I think in some ways, and I can understand where the deputy mayor is coming from, it's not that the interest or the income is going away. The income is going into those reserve funds, which is part of the policies that we've set. Obligatory is based on the province setting, but the discretionary for the most part is part of the policies that the council has set.
Okay, thank you.
May I?
No, I think we're cutting this part off.
Okay.
But thank you. But now, does anyone? I have a couple of things I'd add in, but would anyone else like to? Yes, Councillor Baines.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. The business accelerator support at 120, I know that was down from 200, as I recall, when they made a request to council. Did they not?
You know, Treasurer Quinlan, do you recall? Yes.
If I may, Your Worship, I do think that their request was 200,000, and then the Manager of Economic Development had recommended that be reduced to 120. I'm not 100% sure. I think the 200 though was over multiple years.
Oh, okay. I'm just questioning this as to if it's possible to cut any of this down to say 100 or so in order to try and realize some savings from this. But I'm not sure whom we would be asking about this, because if you cut too much, they may not be able to do the job. So.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm sorry, but I do believe that I'm not sure that Manager Griggs is on the, no, so maybe I can look at the CAO.
We hadn't contemplated through the chair. We hadn't contemplated looking at a different amount. We could take that away and bring it back on the 18th if we thought that it was viable. One of the things that we did base some of the recommendations on was we very much thought that a number of the local municipalities in this area should also contribute. And I'd be interested in hearing from the Business Accelerator if they've heard from those municipalities and in fact have bolstered their funding through other sources. That would be a factor I would consider in moving forward.
Thank you. It's not with any joy that I ask these questions.
So for me, who's keeping track but can't convert it into percentages, I think we're down 105,674 from where we started. Just if that's where the treasurer agrees. All right. Yeah. Okay, good. Can I turn this over to the deputy mayor then again? There were two requests for in-kind services tonight. One was from the Optimist Club for their Mother of All Yard Sale days, and the other was for the hockey day. So I wanted to suggest that we support both of those. Oh, yes, you should leave. Okay, sorry. Oh,
so both Councillor Baines and
I guess I didn't have
would
to
you want to sever them and
nah, it's okay. I think
okay, so we'll consider them both at the same time at this point in time. Seconded. Councillor Ring.
Councillor Jeffrey has a question.
And discussion. Councillor Doherty.
Councillor Jeffrey.
Thank you. So not opposed. But would this come out of our I think we have $120,000 donation fund? Treasurer Quinlan?
If I may, Deputy Mayor, respond to Councillor Doherty. So the total amount we have is 100,000 in council financial contribution and 35,000 in kind. So I would say you would support either the 35,000 would include these two requests, which I think are around 10,000 together. The Optimist the Optimist Mother of Yard Sales was 5,000, and then Hockey Day. Yeah, so it would be you could do one of two things. You could request that the 35,000 be increased by the 8,000 that's been requested and make it 43, or we say that the 35,000 we're incorporating the Mother of All Yard Sales and Hockey Day in Collingwood, and that would reduce what you have left to sort of spread around throughout the rest of the year.
Just to follow up, if I may.
Certainly,
yeah. So just to clarify, so the 35,000 is an in-kind budget. Okay.
That's correct.
All right. Thank you.
Councillor Perry.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Almost at him. Fire. Anyway, I'm supportive of this as well, but I want to ask Treasurer Quinlan a question as far as, remember we talked about having guidelines and parameters for this type of thing. Any idea when that is going to be coming out?
If I may, Deputy Mayor, yes, we are planning to have it out prior to the end of first quarter, so March of 2024.
Okay, great. I think that'll be a great document to have for all of us. Thank you.
CEO Skinner, did you want to say something?
Sorry, just a temporal fact. The one in kind for the Hockey Day, I believe that they were, because of the organization required at the schools, interested in a decision on that one with the budget as it goes forward, say on the 18th of December, as opposed to at the end of Q1 when some of the other folks may be able to receive their decisions. Thank you.
And I will look to see if Councillor Jeffrey first, because I've forgotten about her 3 times now. Thank you.
So I'm forgettable. So no, mine, I agree with both of these, but I was just thinking that Councillor Baines may want the opportunity to vote on the hockey one. So I think they should be severed. I don't think we should assume for him that we can vote on them both together. And vice versa, Councillor Potts may wish to vote on the Optimists. I don't know.
So they are severed, so we will.
Oh, I heard that you said you weren't going to sever them.
Well, I think if you're proposing they will be, then I will.
Yes, please.
And I would ask then that Councillor Potts come back in and we will speak to the Optimist one first. Councillor Baines has to stay out. So Councillor Potts, we've decided to sever them so that you be able to participate in the Optimist consideration. And we're at the point now of just asking for anybody who wish to speak, but I'll also turn to Mayor Hamlin.
I have a question for the treasurer as well. You mentioned there's 35,000 set aside for 24 for this. Do you know how much we can expect to be asked to offer up?
So I think in general, we have always met up with the 35,000. 2022, we were doing a little bit of catch up because of a programming issue. So it was a little bit higher, but then 2023 is a little bit higher, and 2022 and 2021 were a little bit lower because we did this backlog. But I would suggest that generally the 35,000 is what we've gone to in the past.
Can you ask, can Director Culver come up and answer that question?
Certainly. Director Culver, would you assist?
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. So there was a time in the past where the in-kind didn't have a kind of a ceiling. It had a kind of a figurative limit of 35,000, but we really never denied anybody who had just cause. It was included in the CRCG process, the Community Recreation and Culture Grant process, in an effort to try and constrain, because obviously, as we keep saying, our capacities are overwhelmed. So as we try and rationalize everything, that $35,000 limit became really, really important. So I do believe that each year, since it's been involved in the CRCG, and I think it's 2 years, we have maxed it out. And as Treasurer Women, we had a little bit of because of allocation that was not able to be used in the COVID year, it got moved and sort of impacted the following year. So we do try and stick to the $35,000. We do recognize that in-kind is an operational expense. So the building is open, we're operating it, but we do want to try and recognize those the value of that work and the capacities that we keep mentioning are relatively overwhelmed. So with that being said, typically the hockey day in Collingwood would fall within that $35,000, and we've been able to accommodate it there.
And can I ask a follow-up then?
Certainly go ahead.
The Optimist Club mentioned they hadn't received the funds previously. Do you know why that is? Have they asked? Not the funds, but the in-kind. Yeah, sorry.
So I'm actually, I don't have that information at hand, and I was actually running through trying to remember, but I actually thought that they did get the curling club, and I believe it was similarly allocated as an ask to council and a request, but I actually couldn't find the confirmation of that. I believe they didn't. I think it was an in-kind contribution last year, but please don't hold me to that because I honestly couldn't find the confirmation.
Okay, that's great. Thank you. So I'll just finish by saying I think these are two really important things in our community. And so we're only talking about the Optimist Club.
Just the Optimist,
just the Optimist Club. Okay.
And I think everybody had spoken if they wanted to. Okay, and I did talk to Councillor Jeffrey. Did I miss her? Well, I'm sorry. I had agreed that we would sever. So we're gonna only vote on the one, but I will turn to the clerk first.
Sorry, I just put like clarification for the motion. This is in addition to the 35, or this is out of the 35?
Out of the 35.
Okay, thank you very much.
So everyone comfortable with that? I will call the matter to vote. All those in favor? And that's unanimous. And I will ask Councillor Potts, if you don't mind, we'll turn to the other item. And you can ask Councillor Baines to come in, or here's this. So I don't think you want to add anything, Mayor Hammond. Does anybody want to talk about the request for Hockey Day in Collingwood? No, so I will call that matter to a vote. All those in favor? And that too is unanimous. And I'll ask Councillor Potts to come back in, and I will turn back to Mayor Hamlin.
Okay, thank you, Deputy Mayor. Is there anything else anyone would like to add or delete this evening? Yes, Councillor Jeffrey.
All right, so don't groan. But, and this is so not like me, but I continue to think about our CAO, and I know how strong an engineering background she has and the support she's able to give that department. And I mean, Councillor Ring suggested something being wrong with our democracy, but the thing got turned around while Councillor Doherty and I were away. So I don't know, the greatest support for the democracy is when we're all here and represented. So I know the 110,000, I think it's 110,000 was taken out for that engineering position. And I can either do it or wait till we see next week what comes. But I really do need to, I think we need to be able to allow our CAO to have some more capacity in what she already has responsibility for. And so I guess I'll just do it because I can do it again on the 18th. But for now, I'd like to suggest that we put the engineering position back in for the reasons I just stated. And I don't know if there's a seconder or not.
Councillor Doherty is seconding that, but I'll turn it to the treasurer. Thank you.
Pardon me, Your Worship. Just to be clear, the engineering position is included in the 3.73 that we're presenting this evening.
Oh.
The resolution that we received 2 weeks ago, or I believe, or 3 weeks ago, was for the pre-approval portion. So we have kept it in, and it's an $85,000 amount. So maybe we misinterpreted that, but we had not yet taken it out.
All right, vacation brain maybe. So that's good. Then I won't do anything with that.
Okay, but thank you for raising that, Councillor Ring.
I guess anybody else wants to bring my name up for doing something wrong, that's fine. But I'm going to say that when I voted last time, it was not for the pre-approval, it was to take it off the budget. That's my understanding. Maybe I was the only one that felt that way.
I see. Yeah. So you can put a motion on the floor, obviously.
What motion would I be putting on? That it,
well,
obviously, if it's here and
now.
saying that we voted for it, I'm just telling you, my understanding when I voted wasn't because just to take it off the pre-approved, it was to take it off the budget for this year.
Yeah, I understand.
So whatever, what do you ask me to do? Put it back on?
Well, so right now, okay, so this is what I obviously there was some misunderstanding, but the original ask was a couple of months ago to have pre-approved ahead of the 24 budget. The position
turned down.
And at the time it was decided it should go to the first budget meeting to get, because the idea was to try and get someone onboarded as soon as possible before the end of the year. So I had understood the first vote that we said no was against having someone hired before we finished the budget process. So that's what I had thought we voted against. So it is still in the budget for a full-time position, well, whatever, 88,000, whatever that is, part of a year, I guess, now for 24. Yeah. So That's where it is.
Okay, I'll do a request to speak first because I was going to make this suggestion. As Councillor Jeffrey started to say, it wasn't even something necessary she was thinking she had to bring up today, but she certainly would in 2 weeks. They're not 2 weeks, it'll be a little bit less. So can we ask for clarification by looking, because I'm sure that it was an item to be removed from the budget when I voted. So I don't want to have to put a motion on the table if I'm correct about that.
Well, regardless, I'll just say, because we obviously there's some, it doesn't really matter because we're still going back and forth, except to the fact it's in the budget now. So whether we say, oh, it shouldn't have been there, and then Councillor Jeffrey will bring her motion to add it back in, or you make a motion now to take it out, where it doesn't really matter, if you know what I mean. But if you want,
I will move for it to be removed.
Okay, that's great.
Again.
Okay, is there a seconder for that? And that's Councillor Ring. Thank you. All right, so this is on the table. And so Councillor Jeffrey, I'm going to look to you first.
I said it all before. I don't think I have anything new to add. I think it's important for us to leave that in. I mean, I've been vacillating. I've been going back and forth on it, but really, honestly, I believe it's something we need to do. And so for now, I won't be supporting taking it out.
Okay, thank you. And would anyone else like to speak to this? Yes, Councillor Doherty.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. I will support Councillor Jeffrey's motion. Of course, I've supported this position since it first came forward. As the treasurer pointed out this evening, our single largest taxation expenditure is in the public works realm. Speaking for myself anyway, the number of calls that I get having to do with public works issues, just reflects the fact that there is not enough staff to do the work that needs to be done. And, we've heard about burnout. We have people leaving. It's time that we get that department in order and working well, working the way it is capable of.
Thank you. Councillor Baines.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. Contrary to my friend, Councillor Doherty, I cannot support, because she hasn't proposed it, Councillor Jeffrey's motion, but I would have supported had she moved it, but I will not support our Deputy Mayor's motion. And the reason being that I think our CAO spoke very eloquently for the need for this. And if I can bring a little levity to this, you don't hire a dog and do your own barking. No disrespect to the CAO, but I think you gave a very good reason as to why we should support this. Thank you.
Thank you. We needed that. Yes, Deputy Mayor.
Before I speak, Mayor Hamlin, I was just, had you wanted to speak to it?
Oh, yes, I would. We're going to spend in our budget $70 million on capital projects, almost all of which need engineering support and supervision. So there may be a year, but it's not now, and it's not going to be in the foreseeable future where we don't need someone in these kind of senior positions. So I think, I don't know who's going to do this if we don't hire someone. I just can't imagine. So I'm very much in support of it. Thank you. So go ahead. Yeah.
Thank you. I continue to take the position that I'm not going to add positions. There are a couple of required positions that I felt we had to add. This isn't one of them at this stage because it's contemplating a tax increase. And similar to the way I spoke last year against the tax increase, because I didn't think we'd done enough to take a good look at how things were going to finish. And now we've got a $1.384 million surplus, which is about 4%. I will provide more elaborate explanation, but I won't risk trying to do it now. And I will be putting forward for the 18th if it is a situation where you're considering finalizing budget. I'm of the mind that as it stands right now, I don't see that there's a need for a change for next year, and I will be putting my thoughts down in that regard and providing that for the 18th. So I will continue to support that, or put the position forward that we don't hire this position, and that's the reason that I'm putting it on the table.
Okay, that's great. Are we ready to vote? So all those in favor of taking the engineering position out of the budget? That's 4, and those opposed? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that fails. It remains in the budget. Okay. Is there anything else for tonight? Councillor Doherty, and then Councillor Jeffrey.
I'm thinking about the discussion between the deputy mayor and the treasurer here with regard to the surplus that we will have this year, and we have a very fixed surplus allocation policy. But I'm wondering if it is. I for one would like to consider that again. And I'm wondering, is there any reason that would stop us from making an exception to that, either changing that policy or making an exception to that policy for this year?
CAO,
and I don't know who to.
Who would like to take that on?
I think I'd like to start, Chair. I think the biggest part of the picture, as I see it, and I'm simplifying, is that year over year, when there is a surplus, council's provided the policy, and it means that the surplus goes into the things that council values. And in some cases, those are for immediate needs, but most of those are for asset management type needs. And what we figured out over time, and as we did more and more studies related to asset management, so looked at real projects that had to come up in real years, is that there's a backlog of asset management needs. And every year when there is a surplus, in a way, it's a windfall for council, because what's happened is that you've found some money to put largely into your capital projects that desperately need it, without having to explicitly put that as an increase in the budget. Arguably, we'll get better and better each year. One would hope we would, in allocating, exactly how much money we need. And that's one of the reasons we put forward this proposal this year with respect to risk managing some of the salary expenditures and reducing by 1%, because we do know that people retire and leave, and we don't spend every dollar. What we have proposed here in this budget, and it's I think it's the last thing that I'm aware of that I'm hoping you will vote on, that hasn't been voted on, is a proposal that the treasurer put forward at the beginning of the meeting, that to balance the reduction by 1% due to the salary numbers, is that you add in 0.75% for asset management expenditures. Because that money you really do need for real projects moving forward. Mm-hmm. So I do believe that if we make substantial changes to your to your surplus allocation policies, and don't put the money into the things that you you will need in the long term, i.e. asset investments, that in the end, you'll end up taxing for those asset investments with new taxes. So that's a more simplified approach, but really when the money is in your hands, you're going to invest it in what's best for the community, which does include those longer term assets, particularly the roads and bridges, for example.
Yes, go ahead.
Just to follow up. So I guess my thought was that we could put it against capital expenditures this year that aren't DC or reserve related. That are I'm losing my mind, sorry. That are being paid for by taxation dollars as opposed to reserve or DC dollars. So, in effect, it's the same thing. It's still going into capital. It's just going into capital today. It's not going into capital reserves. If you get my thinking.
Do you want to address that?
If I may, Your Worship, yeah. So, and I can understand where you're coming from. So, right now, the municipal tax levy has about $750,000 that's assigned to capital projects. But if we, instead of using and building up those reserves as part of the allocation policy, instead of putting that 1.3 million in there and used it to offset the 750,000, what becomes a bit of an issue is then you're depleting the base. And quite honestly, at this point, the base of taxation. So last year there was about 690,000. We've increased that a wee bit in 2023 as part of our asset management plan to attack that financing gap. So if you consider $40 million is what we raise in taxation, of that 40 million, about 3 million between the reserve transfer and what you have for capital levy is going towards capital. So that's less than 8%. Our budget for capital projects this year is 70 million. Half of that is DC recoverable. So if we even just took off the half, so in 1 year, we have $35 million worth of projects that need to be done. We could never raise that in taxation in total in 1 year and not maintain the rest of the operational. So our point of raising some taxes towards capital supporting is to try and build that base to help attend to the backlog. In addition to that, we said that the gap was 1.8 million just a month ago. On Monday, we got our new allocation letter from OSIF, which says we're getting $300,000 less. So now that financing gap is 2.2 million. And on top of that, we have that backlog. So the more you take out of taxation to fund the capital program, the less we're building the base in order to make sure we can recover in the future. I think that if you wanted to use some of the funding out of the surplus to help offset a portion of the municipal levy, I think it's more advantageous to say you look at it to maybe fund a one-time cost rather than something that will go on into the future. And then whatever's left, you put into your capital your capital life cycle portion, because again, we're a long way away, and every year when we're not meeting that gap, it compounds. So each year, so this year it'll be 2.2 million. If we don't get to the 2.2 million next year, it's 4.4, and it just keeps compounding.
Yeah. Okay. One more follow-up? Yeah, go ahead.
Don't mind. Thank you. Through you to the treasurer. So, I mean, if you're not spending it on capital, then, you're reducing your needs. So you don't need that reserve money. I mean, it's all for capital, right?
Agreed. But when you raise taxation, so within our tax levy right now, that 750,000 is sitting there. Really what we're talking about is the difference between this year and that last year that causes that tax rate increase. So let's just say last year that amount was 700,000. So we're really only increasing the tax base by $50,000 this year over last year to cover capital projects that are funded through taxation. So if you took, let's say you took that 1.3 million and you brought the municipal levy down by 1.3 million in 2024, you may do projects that are capital in nature, or maybe, you know, you only use the 750, it doesn't really matter, but you are impacting what our ability is to do it in the future. Meaning we use the 1.3 to build up that life cycle reserve, which helps offset the gap in some way. But every year that gap is just accumulating. It doesn't change. So you're really, in fact, creating a situation where in 2024, you'd overall have a tax rate reduction. If you brought all of that 1.3 million, your taxes would go down undoubtedly, but you wouldn't have and you may be spending the money on the capital, but it's still not enough, right? In that sense. So it's kicking the can down the road a bit.
You know what? Thank you for that explanation. Thank you for raising this. But I think this is a discussion around a motion to change the bylaw we have for how we deal with our surplus funds. Okay, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. Regarding the surplus situation, last year we chose to take $225,000 of the surplus and put it towards the Affordable Housing Task Force. So it can be done. The other two factors that I think have to be part of the conversation, everything the Treasurer has said is completely accurate. But the thing that's different is we've taken half of our cash and put it into a long-term interest vehicle. And that's part of the financing strategy within the asset management. Part 4 says adopt a more strategic investment policy by directing funds to earn higher interest rates with longer terms. And I don't disagree with that. Whether I agree with PPNs, that's a whole other discussion. But what it does is it means that we had $63 million not earn any interest to be put against this year.
So I think you already spoke to this.
I'm sorry, Mary Hamlin.
Well, I think you spoke to it.
I do get 5 minutes.
You already spoke to this for about 10 earlier.
No, I did not. You cut me off.
Well, you know, because it was getting too much in the weeds for this discussion. And I think we discussed that you would go off and talk online and then bring it back to the next meeting because, you know, we just can't be here all night talking about one issue on the budget.
I agree. And if you would let me finish, I was going to finish up in 10 or 15 seconds.
Okay, go for it.
And because the other factor that we need to consider is we've done a tax increase this year, 2023, and we've ended up with a $1.4 million surplus. So we tax people and we end up with a surplus. And it's on average for the last 6 years, it's been $1.25 million. And that should be returned to the current taxpayer. Thank you.
I'll just, I want to add my own views on this because I've been watching the surplus over the years. I've been sitting on council. And I can say until a couple of years ago, the surplus was almost solely made up of the supplementary assessments because our previous treasurer never budgeted for them. And there'd be supplementary assessments because you get them when new homes are built during the year. So they get levied partway during the year. So all that money would come in as the surplus and it would all go into the reserve fund. So that was her way of saving money, if I can put it that way. So our CEO made a direction and our treasurer now doesn't do that. And we budget now for the supplementaries. So they're not like windfalls. But what's happened now is because we can't hire staff, we've got this huge amount. I think you mentioned 1.1 million because we don't have salaries to pay. So it's going to, you know, I think my own view is, and we can have a fulsome discussion on this, but, you know, we do have a surplus this year, but it's a bit of an odd situation. And every year there's going to be a reason. But whether the surplus, we should spend it as part of our budget or whether we should be using it to save up for the reserves we need. I think our treasurers mentioned we're spending, you know, 35 million on assets this year, but we're paying such a small amount because in all the previous years, the council has put money into the savings of the reserve fund from the surpluses. So we can't sort of have it both ways. And I know I'm totally simplifying this, but this is how my simple brain sees it. So, okay, let's get to, is there anything more to be added or subtracted before we close off tonight? Oh, Councillor Jeffrey, go for it.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. It wasn't anything additional at this point, except that I did want to add to Councillor Doherty's request. I've been asking for a decade and a half to review the surplus allocation and policy, because I really think we are making it difficult on our staff. They're finding creative ways to budget so that we end up with surpluses, and because they believe we need to pay for today plus save for tomorrow, and we're paying for yesterday for didn't get surplus for, and I want to come back about 100 years from now because it'll all be paid for. But the point is if we want to be open and transparent with the taxpayer, those should be assessments that stay within, so we can still stay within our 2% or whatever it is, but make those parts assessments so people understand what they're paying it toward, and stop this gambling with a surplus or no surplus, if that's what you really want, because you're asking council to do the impossible in this budget. And I just think it would be a lot more responsible. We moved the capital levy into a special levy, and maybe it's not up as high as it needs to be. And maybe that's what we need to revisit and say, okay, part of the increase is going to include these additional amounts to the levy because these are the amounts we need. But I think to have staff try to, I don't know, over budget to get money to put into the surplus, or to have asked council to kind of bounce between these things, especially when we're not all as financially grounded as everybody else. And then I think it takes some of the guesswork out of it. So that's, I've been asking, like I say, for a decade and a half, and for some reason staff just don't really want to look at it. So, but I think there's got to be some alternatives and some better ways.
I'm going to let our CEO have the last word on this. Go ahead.
I just wanted to state unequivocally that I respect, that some things have happened in the past. Our philosophy is absolutely not to budget for a surplus. Our philosophy is that we try to budget as accurately as we can, and be happy to look at the surplus allocation policies. Since I've been here, I don't believe it's been a staff dragging their heels. If there's a direction to do so, we'd be happy to look at the amounts, the interest, all the things that would best suit how council would like to see money spent. Thank you.
Okay, great. Councillor Doherty.
Thank you. And just to be very, very clear, I would never meant to imply that it was a planned surplus. This is a happy chance. And, okay. But I do think that council should have some flexibility to allocate some of it for special needs, special current needs. So, not to take it all and spend it this year, but maybe a portion, say 50%. So I don't know whether that sounds like a notice of motion to you, Mayor, or is that maybe I should have further discussion, take it offline, but.
Yeah, why don't you? I think that's a good idea, and bring something back then on the 18th.
Yeah, okay, I will. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, anything else to be put on the floor tonight? Okay, so I have a motion here, so I don't forget, just a minute. Okay, and the motion is, and that council instructs staff to include the additional direction provided tonight and incorporate in the fifth draft of the budget to be considered at the council meeting on December 18th, 2023. Could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Perry, seconded by Councillor Baines. Comments? All those in favor? That's unanimous. Are you opposed? Oh, he's opposed. Oh, we have 3 opposed to including those in our, okay, so let's just go over that again. So the things that, why do we have to do this? We've already voted on all of these things.
It's to bring back the draft. Yeah.
Okay, so you're voting not to bring it back on the 18th? I just want to make sure that everyone's clear on what we're voting on. You don't want to see it? Okay, so we have just 3 voting against bringing it back. So 3 of us don't want a budget and the rest do. Sold. Okay, there's a confirmatory bylaw.
Mayor Hamlin, because of your statement, no, it's not that we don't want a budget.
Oh.
I'm very much prepared to sit here all night and debate to get to be passed on the 18th. But all I'm saying is that if the intention on the 18th is to pass a budget with an increase, I'm not supportive of it tonight.
Okay, that's fine. That's not what we're talking about, though, in this motion.
The way you said it.
We're talking about bringing back a 5th draft of the budget on December the 18th. 3 people have voted against it. That's all I'm commenting on. Okay, there's a confirmatory bylaw. Councillor Jeffrey.
I'm sorry, I just need to ask for just for a clarification. On the 18th, if council decides it wants to go to a 6th draft, it can do that.
Absolutely.
This is
absolutely
committing us.
We have till March, the end of March, to put a budget in place according to the Municipal Act. Yeah, okay. Ready for confirmatory bylaw? It is that bylaw number 2023-094, being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the special meeting of council held December 6, 2023, be enacted and passed the 6th day of November, 2023. Mover and a seconder. Councillor Baines, Councillor Houston, all those in favor? Unanimous. Thank you. And a motion to adjourn. Councillor Jeffrey got it. Okay, thank you very much, everyone. Oh, yeah.
Awesome.